for 3 more days. A Shanzu court directed the matter in which the DPP wants to continue holding the suspect for 90 more days to be handled by his colleague Shanzu's senior principal magistrate Yusuf Shikanda. The DPP said the previous 14 days that they had been granted wasn't enough. Now, the postmortem exercise on the bodies exhumed in Shakahola, Kilifi County continues today, with the results indicating that not everyone lost their lives due to starvation. The autopsy report led by the Chief Government Surgeon Pathologist Johansen Odur has shown that people, although a large number of believers died after starving themselves, some had strangulation marks and other signs of lack of oxygen, indicating that some, especially children, were murdered.
One of them, which was a child, we found that they had trauma to the head. And then 3 of them had asphyxia, meaning that they had been denied oxygen. Of these 3, one of them we could clearly see marks on the neck of someone who had been strangled with the breaking of some bones in the neck. So we are able to take DNA from 27 families. We are able to take DNA from them. And as they come, we still continue taking DNAs from them so that we can reconcile the DNAs and the DNAs that we're taking from them.
Now, the Council of Governors has formed a 10-member committee of governors to engage President William Ruto and opposition leader Raila Odinga to end the current stalemate. COG Chair Anwar Guru says that the main responsibility of the committee is to find a solution to the ongoing protests.
The chairperson of the council, Governor Anwar Guru, the vice chair, Governor Ahmed Abdullahi, the whip, Governor Stephen Sang, and 7 governors, namely Kenneth Lusaka, Governor Fatuma Achani, Governor Mutahi Kahiga, Governor Simba Arati, Governor Joseph Olelenko, Governor Wavinya Ndeti, and Governor Ochilo Ayako. And the purpose of the committee will be to engage the leaders from the 2 political divides to address the ongoing demonstrations and amicable solutions to ensure stability in the country.
Guru says they've also reached a deal with the Treasury CS in Yugunandung on disbursement of county arrears.
We have agreed with the National Treasury that they will be prompt in ensuring timely disbursements to counties. Additionally, it has been resolved and agreed with the National Treasury that the March allocation will be disbursed by 15th of May 2023. And the April allocation will be disbursed by end of May. The disbursements for May and June will be issued in the first 2 weeks of June to allow counties to absorb these resources within the financial year.
The parliamentary bipartisan talks between Kenya Kwanza and Azimio la Umoja committees have hit a snag. This is after continued bickering over membership of a joint bipartisan committee and the resumption of demonstrations by the Azimio coalition. Here's Kenya Kwanza's representative George Murugara and Azimio's Otiende Amolo.
We agree talks proceed, but if they insist that they will be demonstrating as we talk, then it defeats the purpose. Because these talks were called for because of the ongoing demonstrations that were in the streets.
We, as a joint bipartisan team, have never been mandated to discuss anything about the demonstration. It is not in our place to call them or to call them off. In our place is to discuss the things that are within our mandate, and we had already outlined them. And therefore, to give us a condition that we have to call off any demonstration, which is a constitutional right, as a condition of resuming any discussion, again is a show of bad faith.
Nigeria CS Kithure Kindiki has ordered the immediate deployment of an anti-stock theft unit in Meru North to tempt the wave of cattle rustling between Meru and Isiolo counties. Speaking at a security baraza in the county, Kindiki also ordered a probe into the killing of former MCA George Kaliunga following a banditry incident on Sunday.
Ninataka nitangaze operation maalum ya kukabiliana na wezi wa ng'ombe ambao na wezi wa mifugo ambao wanatatiza watu katika sehemu hii ya Meru, sana sana Meru kaskazini.
This is News. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Congratulations. You've seen the hand of the Lord.
Thank you very much. I've earned another title today this morning at Spice FM. Mama Justice, I don't mind it.
Joel in Kericho.
Salama sana Heri, habari ya asubuhi.
Salama bwana, mambo namna gani?
Salama kabisa bro.
Mambo ya Inamoi kuliendaje?
Mambo ya Inamoi, vile nilikwambia ndugu yangu, alienda asubuhi na ile gari ya kwanza.
I must have missed it.
So did I.
Even if somebody was to render you irrelevant, there is still work you can do.
Okay, sawa.
I deserve to keep you accountable. You deserve to give me a report. You don't work for me. I don't work for you. You work for me.
Do you like that Freudian slip? Lovely, isn't it? Thank you very much.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thank you very much, Eric, and it's good to be at the Situation Room.
Always a pleasure coming here. This is the most challenging interview panel in Kenya. You guys are very well informed, and as you can see, Charles today, very philosophical.
To be poor in this country is the greatest sin you can commit, not just from a legal perspective, but from life generally. It is very, very skewed.
We've just heard on the floor of Parliament, just most recently, a leader within the ODM saying that Sisi ni ng'ombe is a baba.
Yeah.
Which means that you are willing to be milked dry.
Hapo.
You cannot force me to believe. I'll give way. If it's a land that I'm told to return to you, I will. Okay? Because the court has said so. But I'll continue saying, watu wamenirusha. That's all that I'm doing.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning and welcome to Wednesday. A little bit of traffic here and there is already starting to build up in certain parts of the city where folks did not go where they were going yesterday. All right, let's take a look at the Thika Superhighway. There's a little bit coming in right at that Pangani underpass. Likely to continue through into the morning. Where are you this morning? Have you kicked it off? We'll see some traffic coming off Mombasa Road. A little bit of the road is being worked on, at least for now. And we'll see some traffic then coming into the city later. But it looks like a normal day once again for business. Let's see how it opens up at a few minutes after 6 o'clock. Let us know what's going on in your neck of the woods this morning. Spice FM KE on Twitter.
Spice up your life. This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room.
It is.
The only way to start your day.
After 6 a.m. Good morning. How are you doing? Hey, the light is a bit much today. Edna, umeongeza jua? Hi. Inachoma sana. Ama it's this one that's facing me directly.
It's cold, man.
Hey, it's supposed to make it warmer.
Ibridi ikumingi.
I think it's this light. Walikuwa wameweka and you added kwacha chapwe na light kwenye forehead. Sawa. Hii forehead yangu ina shine naturally.
Sijali.
Bwana. Mambo? Ndu?
Mimi? Mimi niko poa. Feel like I swallowed a frog.
Okay. So?
I'm listening.
You're behaving like a frog.
Excuse me? That is not what I said.
You are what you eat.
Well, then, in that case, no, Ndu, behave yourself.
City.
Yes, please.
How are you?
Very well, thank you.
Uh-huh.
This cold, man. It's cold.
It's cold, man. It's cold, man. I can't laugh too much today. People have mercy on me, please.
Pole.
Right, you here?
Patie nini? Kona kitu? Lozenge.
Lozenges.
Lozenge.
Yeah, lozenge.
Lozenges ni mingi. Lozenge ni moja. Sausage ni moja na sausages ni mbili.
Ni mingi.
I've begged you people now. Why are you like this now?
Okay.
This morning.
All right.
Kula
mint.
Nataka uchaka? Haya.
All right.
Nikicheka na leta
unakuwa frog.
Anatangaza yeye ni frog. Frog.
You're frog marching. Okay. Mimi niko sawa pia.
Okay.
Nashukuru Mwenyezi Mungu. Jalali. At least jana timu yangu ilishinda game. We. Wana hii matatizo hii Kenya. Hii dunia.
Kumbe una support team ya Breweries.
We.
Wow. Touché City.
Ama ni ile ingine inaitwa Homeboys.
Anyway, let me tell you what we'll be discussing today. Sindio? Haya. Mko tayari? Haya. Yesterday, demonstrations.
Sindio.
Tomorrow, demonstrations.
Yeah? Yesterday? Oh, there's today in between.
Tomorrow, demonstrations. These people of dialogue, your frog has come to the side.
The dialogue people also demonstrating somewhere.
These people of dialogue are also now saying their own things. Oh, you know, we cannot continue the dialogue if that person is in your team. Or we also can't have conversation.
Can't these people stop being children, for heaven's sake? I mean, what is this?
Why stop when you can?
No, it's nonsensical.
What's wrong with being children?
When you're a grown-up, you're supposed to be a grown-up.
Children come to me. If you do not see the world through the eyes of children, City. Even Jesus said it.
You know, my friend, if they were children and behaved like children in every other matter other than on these serious matters where they're supposed to behave like adults, because they're adults,
then perhaps.
Yes. This is a serious thing that is engulfing the entire country. And they're playing musical chairs with it.
Yeah, but now this Nani, Kenan needs to leave that committee.
No, but you know, you can't leave before Kosing leaves. It's not possible.
No, you can't ask Kosing to leave because Kosing is a member of Azimio. No, you can't ask Azimio person to leave Azimio.
Yeah, but you know, ever since Jubilee had this and that, and now they're here, okay? It is possible for somebody in Jubilee to also go there, isn't it?
Yeah, because even now you have a new Jubilee head.
Hey.
Anything is possible, my friend.
All those things, we'll be discussing them at 7. We'll be joined by Dr. Barak Muluka. He's a strategic communications advisor. He comes in at 7 a.m. Options for unlocking this deadlock in the dialogues. He comes in at 7 for that. Looking at all those things. See, mambo yote na happen. Let him come. At 8 a.m., open the server. Open the server.
We're going to open the server.
Open the server. So we'll bring in two people who understand Mambo Server to come in here. George Njoroge has been here before. He's the CEO of the East Africa Data Handlers. He was the technical advisor to the Azimio in the election and also the Supreme Court petition. He was there when that server was opened. So he'll come here and tell us, where, see, server ilifunguliwa. What didn't you see? So he'll come and explain that to us. But he'll be here alongside John Olubengo, who is also an ICT expert. He's a lecturer at a multimedia university. What will it take to open these IBC servers? This is the conversation at 8 a.m. with two ICT experts, John Olubengo and George Njoroge. 9 a.m. JSS. Teachers have not been paid. The JSS teachers were recruited, 35,000 of them. Have they received a shilling? 50% of them have received 100% of their salary. 50% have not received 100% of their salary.
Yeah.
All those questions. Akelo Misori, the Secretary General of the Kenya Union of Post-Primary Education Teachers, joins us at 9 o'clock, because even as late as yesterday, Akelo Misori was up in arms saying, pay people. Pay our teachers. I mean, how am I going to start recruiting them to join the union if they don't even have a salary? Surely. So he'll come and let's talk about JSS. He has been here before and he has said he completely and wholeheartedly supports CBC. Now let's hear his views on the JSS transition. Sawa. 16 after 6. Let's see you online, and if you are already tuned in, go to Facebook, go to YouTube, go to Twitter, tag us and tell us where you're locked in from. Let's take a look at the weather forecast.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Yolanda Mulo and DJ Absolute. When the gang is together, you know it's sugar and spice. Great vibes, conversations, a lot of humor. I like to say we don't give an F, we give 3 Fs.
You and I are in this relationship, so it is me to tell you who we are.
When you ask a chick, how many guys have you been with? She's like, including you. If it's fun, it's funky, it's fresh, you're definitely going to catch it here. I don't know what you do every day from 11 a.m. to 3 o'clock. If I were you, I'd tune in to Spice FM 94.4.
I want you on my team.
So does everybody else.
Yeah. All right, looking at cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning. Highs of 22 and lows of 15 through Wednesday. Partly cloudy at 14 in Nakuru, highs of 23. And we'll see highs of 22 and a mostly cloudy in Nyeri at 16. It's raining this morning in Eldoret at 13, highs of 23 and lows of 12, and mostly clear at 25 in Mombasa. We'll see highs of 30, highs of 31 in a partly cloudy Malindi at 27. And at 19, Kisumu is mostly clear. We'll see highs of 26 and highs of 26 as well in a cloudy Kakamega at 16. It's 18 and clear in Kampala, highs of 25, and it'll go to highs of 30 and a clear Dar es Salaam at 25. At 14, Johannesburg is cloudy, highs of 24, and we'll see highs of 32 in a clear Lagos at 27. It's mostly clear at 23 in Kinshasa, highs of 32, back down to lows of 23. At 24, it's a sunny afternoon in Beijing, highs of 28 and lows of 18, and 7 degrees and cloudy in Paris, 7 and partly cloudy in London. Tuesday night is 10 degrees and mostly cloudy in New York. Coming into Wednesday, we'll see highs of 14 and lows of 7.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
That's where Henry Kolum is this morning. Bristol Nagila says, good morning on the road in Nairobi. Are you texting while driving? Don't do that.
Said he's on the road, buana.
That's why I asked the question. I did not judge. I asked. Good to have you in Bristol.
People can
Andrew,
afford drivers, buana.
Anywhere.
Continue. Andrew
Tieno says, yes, you are what you eat indeed. Okay, good morning. Always a pleasure listening to you. Great to have you in the room, Andrew. Mike Waiguru. Finally found you guys live, tuning in from Lakewood, Washington State. Well, good morning, almost good night to you. King David Lubali says, good morning, healthy, hot squad seats. What are those? Pass greetings to the chamber. Which one is the chamber again?
This one.
Chamber.
The Emperor, the Champion. Okay. Kakumi Paul Moya says good morning. Brenda Nyango says twende kazi. Haya basi twende. Willis E says good morning to Kenya. Good morning to you too. Good morning from Qatar. Jua isha waka hapa. Yes, I know. Getting into the Middle Eastern summer. A lot of folks are not looking forward to what they say will be 50 degrees this year. My goodness.
Guy.
You're like popcorn in the streets. Okay. People are awake also on this other side. Monis Janeth says, good morning. Colin says it's an icy morning in Eldoret. Icy tenor.
Eldoret can be cold.
It can.
Where?
I've been there. It's great. Robert Mbogo says, good morning from Mombasa. Tuposite LD with Kaka Frank. And George Mashuki is tuned in from Kasarani. Good morning. 254 is locked in Kisumu. And he said the situation room is the faculty of information. Alarm? Kakamega. That's where Honorable Elton Malenya Augustus is tuned in this morning. And he says Kakamega Ingo is tuned in this morning. I can see that quite a number of you are online this morning and you're clicking in a short while, but thanks for joining us. Karibuni sana.
Karibu kila mutu. City?
Yes.
Atulisema capital of Togo is called what?
Lome.
All right. Like loam soil.
No, ini Lome, but there's an accent aigu on the E, so that's why you say Lome.
It says Lome. And is there an accent aigu on the O?
No.
So it's Lome.
Yes.
Okay. If there was an accent aigu on the O.
You can't have an accent on an O in French.
Do you know there are very many languages on this continent which also had accents? Yeah, you know those quick little things you put in.
That's it.
Those things.
That on top of that.
In French, you would only have a cap on an O. You would not have an accent. So accent goes in that way. Accent aigu goes that way. Accent grave goes that way. So now, when you have an accent aigu on an E,
you go
it's Lome.
And if it's a grave?
If it's grave, it's E.
E.
Yeah.
So Lome E.
There's no E. There's your lesson for the morning. I will be grading you later.
Higher.
I like this particular proverb that I'm about to mention.
Yeah.
Because it was clearly constructed and brought into being in a period when certain things were not present. Now, this is your homework for the next 1 minute. Tell me what was not present during this time. I will mention the proverb and then you will tell me what was not present. Dirty water cannot be washed.
Soap.
You have 3 chances. 1, go on.
Dirty water cannot be washed.
Yes.
Filtration.
There's no wrong answer. Do you want me to help you?
Yeah.
Recycling.
Desalination. Kama hao watu wa
Vipingo. I came up with this one myself.
Well done, City. I'm quite impressed.
Yes, recycling.
Dirty water cannot be washed.
Yes.
Yeah.
We
hizo tablets.
We wash dirty water.
Yes, tu tablet.
Na maji
mwosho mmoja
imekuwa tabletized.
Unaweza kunywa.
Yes, immediately. With that story, I have difficulties believing it.
The tablet like this.
No.
Tablet like this. Kunywa maji.
You know, I couldn't believe that water could be bought in a bottle.
So when you just started seeing bottled water, you were saying these people.
No, the first time I came across it was when somebody was telling me how he worked in a hotel in Mombasa. He encountered someone who couldn't brush his teeth without tap water and was buying soda water. I said, soda water? See, to brush his teeth. He said, yeah, you know, he doesn't trust our water. And I was thinking, what is this guy talking about? Because water was from the taps.
And you're going to use it to wash a dirty thing.
Touché.
Haya, tuangalie headlines.
Aya, sawa basi. Dirty water cannot be washed. Raila calls for more demos as talks stall. Opposition leaders say they will be back on the streets tomorrow, accusing the government of withdrawing their security and lying on the cost of maize flour. The announcement came as governors sought to break the Raila-Ruto impasse. Okay. Shakahola victims were suffocated, according to autopsy. Government pathologist says the children appear to have been killed as relatives throng the area hoping to find their kin alive or dead. Johnson Odor has been a busy man, and these are some of the things that he's telling us. We'll look more into the details of that. Sabina Chege replaces Uhuru Kenyatta at Jubilee leadership in what they're calling a coup. Siror takes the helm at Kenya Power, and a Ugandan guard kills his boss in the name of a minister yesterday. Did you see that?
Hey.
It's quite something to see. Where? There's another story here of a hospital to be charged 23 million shillings for a botched delivery. The parents of a child who cannot move because of errors during birth will receive the money as compensation. I'll give you the details of that later. Why Raila's city protests flop. That's on the front page of The Nation, as well as Sabina overthrows Uhuru. They used to be such good friends. Anyway, Mackenzie cult forced members to starve to death, police tell court. We saw that Mackenzie was in court yesterday in the first day of charges being leveled and all of this. We're also seeing that the teachers are accusing the TSC of forcing them into an unwanted union, married by force. Teachers said no. How? We'll tell you. Governors withdraw shutdown threats as counties get 393. Sorry.
Start again.
Sorry.
Start up again.
Once upon a time, governors said in 14 days, if you do not do like that, we'll do like that. As the story progresses, governors have now said, we will not do like that since you've done like that, to the tune of 31 billion shillings. Sour. See, end of story.
Okay. Higher. Business Daily. China gives Kenya the tiniest loan since 2008 in a fresh shift. China's loans for President William Ruto's first full-year budget will be the smallest in 16 years as Beijing adopts a more cautious approach to lending in Africa, where some nations have reached the limit of their borrowing capacity and the prospect of default looms. Treasury documents made public yesterday show that the Chinese funders for the year starting July will fall to 1.7 billion from 29 billion in the current financial year. And in 2017, we borrowed 71 billion shillings from China. Okay? Higher. There's a new list of Kenya's little-known firms earning billions. The Financial Times annual ranking of Africa's fastest-growing companies, now in its second year, shows that 12 of 100 such firms are located in Kenya. These are firms which are in ICT and doing trade facilitation, agriculture and healthcare. The Kenyan fastest expanding firms on the FTI list have leveraged technology in offering products. SocoWatch, formerly known as Wasoko, and which delivers fast-moving consumer goods to kiosks and shops in Kenya, fragmented informal market, is the third fastest growing business. The firm was ranked Africa's top last year, had a compounded annual growth in revenues of 242% in 4 years to 18 billion shillings in revenues. The other one is Africa Health Network, which mainly provides dialysis services, ranked second in Kenya and 13th in Africa. Victoria Farms, which farms fish in cages mainly in Lake Victoria, ranked third and 15 in the continent. Did you know any of these companies?
Nope. That's interesting. Just that last one that you've mentioned is very interesting. I'd like to find out more about that. But
You know that do fish caging in cages?
in the lake.
Yeah. Fish farming in cages in the lake.
Yeah.
Cage fish farming.
It's become a big thing.
It is a big thing, and one wonders why one didn't start it earlier. The fish live in the lake.
Really?
You're just controlling their movement in the lake.
Yes, you just put the cage in the lake, and the fish continue doing what they're doing in the lake.
But it's controlled.
And then you serve
Yes,
them
you have
food.
to now feed them. Ordinarily, they feed
They
themselves.
feed themselves, but now you control it.
It's basically zero grazing of fish.
Exactly.
That is zero grazing of fish. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Ticker headlines. Going to the US, don't fret over COVID-free certificate. Kenyan travelers will no longer be required to provide a COVID-19 vaccination certificate to enter the USA from next week. Okay. World Bank lines up 40 billion shilling soft loan for Kenya Power. Kenya Power in a power soft loan. Yeah, 40 billion shillings.
You're funny.
Interest-free loan.
Who has given it?
World Bank.
For what?
Interest free. Soft loan bwana.
Yeah, nini?
But I thought
Yeah,
you give-
vitu hapa na
I thought
pale.
you give them a soft loan every month.
When you buy your power.
Yes, hiyo mnalipa services. Hii ni ka soft loan namna hii. To revamp its aging transmission network and expand the national grid.
You know, this story of Kenya Power makes less and less sense every time you hear it.
Why?
Expand the national grid to where? Expand the national grid?
Yes.
And meanwhile, when you also are looking for power connection, see, Bure?
I'll explain why I'm saying
Yeah.
it doesn't
But
make
you see, they need the capital to be able to do that. What do they say so far? 80% is connected to the grid, so you get to the 100%. So, transformers, poles,
Yes.
Some of
cables,
when you subscribe, you're not buying
blah,
the
blah, blah, blah,
transformer.
blah. Yeah.
That whole list of things that comprised what we pay for when you pay for electricity bill, the one which they deleted. Was there? Yeah, was
there a transformer?
No, not transformer. Maintenance and things like that. There was.
Yeah.
I'm going to look at that bill again. Well, what I'm trying to say is, a company that could itemize even a drop of water in your bill. Okay. Are you telling me that they failed to understand that at some point they're going to, because that you need to do this is perfectly logical.
City.
Yes, please.
Yes, they do. Okay. But just like in biashara, right? You want to expand. You don't say that you're using your current sales to expand necessarily.
No, it's not
You go
sales.
to a financial institution.
It's not sales.
You take a loan.
It's not sales.
Okay. You will use your sales to pay the loan. No. But you take the money so that you can now open a new branch.
At
you
the
can
same
buy
time.
new vehicles and all those things. So that's what Kenya Power is doing. No. Now, because you want to expand your fish caging, you buy more cages. You can't say that I'm selling fish. You know.
Or you buy more lake.
What city I've told you, please?
So that's what they're doing now. They've been given a soft loan of 40 billion
All right.
shillings.
So, like for instance, there are all these things we pay for when we pay for fuel, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So we are saying that because there's road maintenance, okay.
Yes.
So that money is meant for road maintenance, isn't it?
Yes.
So the government should not borrow money to maintain roads.
You see, now that's the logic that you can't use.
Pourquoi?
See, because there's that accent which there's one which goes left and the other one goes
Accent
right.
grave.
No, grave, and then the other one lefty. Yes. So,
what's in the star?
Right, top corner.
Go.
Sorry. I forgot to tell you something.
Yeah.
Just one headline, you might laugh at it.
Okay,
but there's a report on education reforms. Mashogo says it's coming out on Friday. Okay, there you go. Mull on that for a bit.
This is from the task force. Working party.
Yeah, party.
No, Friday is day after tomorrow.
It is
or is
to
it this day after tomorrow or the other day after tomorrow?
Friday.
Okay, then we'll wait and see.
Sawa bwana.
Ezekiel, the pastor, to spend 2 more nights.
Not Machogo.
No, me. Machogo was
that's
Ndu's person.
Okay.
Now, I'm talking about Ezekiel.
Your person.
You're talking about your person.
Yes. Pastor Ezekiel to spend 2 more days in police custody, which means day and night, not just that in the daytime he's in jail and then in the evening he leaves.
No.
This is story on page 2. Yes. Investigations, more investigations, and even more investigations are still taking place.
Right.
Yes. There was an application for him to be released on bond, but the chief magistrate and Shanzu said, no, him is not listening.
Weka ndani kidogo.
Yes.
Okay.
But it's very odd. I actually, I've misread and misrepresented what I'm looking at.
You yourself?
Yes, personally. So let me
start again.
Let me represent it properly. And this time I'm not going to ad-lib it, I'm going to read it.
Okay.
No, see, I'm going to read it at the other hour.
Exactly.
That's what I thought.
Verbatim.
Yes.
Aya, ni sawa. Tuchukue your break basi. It's 27 minutes to 7. What's happening on the roads? Let's find out.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
You think you can guess the year?
2007. That's when the theme song, that's when it premiered for the James Bond movies.
You're half correct. But in terms of guessing the year?
Okay, if not 2007, then 1963.
Oh, now you're just throwing things, eh? You're throwing the sufria and everything outside.
The Spice Drive. Big hair and the biggest hits from the best decade.
Tune in to the Spice Drive with me, Edward Quatch, 3 to 7 in the PM.
The Spice Drive, only on 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Damn.
At Garden City Mall is where the traffic starts on the Thika Superhighway this morning and coming then throughout to the Pangani underpass. The service lanes are doing pretty well. You can use those as an option to get into the CBD real quick. Or looking at traffic on the Eastern Bypass this morning as well. Coming out of Westlands, not too bad. James Gishore is probably going to look busy. Wagige is coming from Durarua, from Gure, places I did not know existed. Like that. Dedero. There's traffic there. I don't know what's happening there, but it looks pretty busy right about now. And it's all going to feed off onto parts of the city as you then go out towards Ruaka, and then you're going to come in towards Limuru Road. So there's some traffic that has built up. Not quite sure what's happening there, but we'll get wind of it as soon as possible. Coming off Mombasa Road, just at Cabanas, there's some traffic there. It's leading you towards North Airport Road or coming down Mombasa Road out towards Nyeri Stadium. So it's starting to pick up at a few minutes after 6:30. Let's take a look at about 7 and see what it looks like then. Traffic hour is bound to start earlier today. Let's talk on Spice FM, KE on Twitter.
Spice FM, Nyeri. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
Arranged marriages.
No, I don't.
You don't know about arranged marriages?
No.
Okay, they're arranged marriages.
I don't know how you have them.
Okay, you know that they exist.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That is what I was actually trying to say.
Yes.
Now, there is a union. Union meaning that when you all come together, Abi. Now, the teachers in the country are accusing the TSC of forcing them into an unwanted union. Teachers in special schools have petitioned the National Assembly to intervene in a fresh dispute over agency fee deductions to a union. Just be charging us anyhow. We didn't tell you that we want to be inside.
Wait a minute. Start that story again.
Teachers in special schools
have
petitioned the National Assembly to intervene in a fresh dispute over agency fee deducted to a union. They are accusing the TSC of coercing them into joining the Kenya Union of Special Needs Education Teachers, KUSNET. So they filed a petition on the 15th of April addressing the National Assembly Education Committee chaired by Julius Melly. The teachers have disassociated themselves from the union, saying they were not consulted before being listed as members of KUSNET. Then they get paid and then they see that there's a deduction for a union to which they do not belong.
Do they belong to any union?
Now, they probably do, but see, now this is a special one because obviously it's dealing with special
needs teachers.
The teachers want the committee to order TSC and KUSNET to refund all the money deducted from the teachers who did not sign any membership agreement with the union. They've gone ahead and they've asked the committee to determine whether the TSC has a jurisdiction to make decisions on behalf of employees and on which union they should join. Is it by force? So, the teachers in their petition said, we filed a case over the issue, but they're being forced to subscribe to KUSNET by paying monthly union dues, which were later stopped. We later realized we're being deducted agency fees in favor of the same union. No. Now, they said, this cannot continue. They argue that the employer should allow them to join a union of their choice. TSC, you cannot force us. If we want to join, we join.
We join.
We don't want to join, we don't join.
We don't want to join.
They said the move by TSC to compel them to join KUSNET instead of the other teachers unions amounted to 1. An infringement on their rights as enshrined in the Constitution and labor laws. They said even after they moved to court to stop the deduction on their salaries, the employer continued making deductions, including social welfare association fee without their consent. I mean, surely. So now what they're saying, this cannot continue. Number 1, give us all our money. All. Return it. 1. 2, National Assembly, tell us whether TSC, because they are our employer, have a right to insist on what unions we join. They've also gone ahead to say, enter this thing properly and tell us what other enforcement TSC has come about and has been consuming people's money, because it's not right and we cannot continue like this.
So by the time they're going to petition Parliament, it means that they have tried to go through TSC and TSC has not been listening to them.
Exactly.
Hapa iko shida.
It is in the same week where, Machogu has told us that the report on education reforms will be out Friday. Working Party went around the country from last November actually, doing some things, talking here and there, finding out. So now that report will come out and it'll be announced by President William Ruto. He's received the interim report from the PWPER. You know what that is? It's a Presidential Working Party on Education Reforms. Cabinet Secretary Ezekiel Machogu yesterday said the report is ready. It will be good news for students who've been waiting for placement in universities and other tertiary education institutions. However, some of the recommendations might not favor them, particularly those on raising tuition fees. So, there's waiting with bated breath as to what will happen with that. CBC also comes then into a discussion during that, whether it will be upheld, whether things will be tweaked here and there. So Friday's D-Day.
It'll be interesting to watch and see what they say about those reforms. It'll be all over. I'm sure one of the things that's going to happen is I think university fees are going to be raised. Hiyo itaendelea hivyo. And that amount of money that goes to every student, blah, 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 that one will not change. So universities will now be allowed to, instead of capping it, how much is it? Is it 15,000 per something? Or is it 25? They'll raise it. That I can see coming. Hiyo naona tu ikikuja. Kabisa. Haya. There's a businessman who's set to lose 1.2 billion shillings land. Prasul Jayantilal Shah has failed in his bid to escalate a 1.2 billion shilling industrial land dispute to the Supreme Court after the Supreme Court judges said, hiyo haituhusu. Hiyo haituhusu. They said, the case that you're bringing before them does not involve interpretation and application of the Constitution, which is what the Supreme Court is there for. So they said, you deal with it from their lower courts. Shah wanted the Apex Court to suspend the execution of a Court of Appeal judgment that affirmed the High Court's finding that his title to the land is fake. The land is situated in Mavoko Township, Machakos County. It was registered in the name of his company, Megvel Cartons Limited. He lost the land ownership to Diesel Care Limited, whose title was found to be genuine. Pleading with the Supreme Court to stop the execution of the appellate court's judgment dated February 2023, Shah had contended that his company has been in occupation of the suit property where it has been operating a factory for the last 12 years. He says his company has made significant investment to the tune of 1.2 billion shillings and presently employs more than 700 Kenyans. The court heard that should the company be evicted from the suit property, it stands to suffer irreparable loss as well as the loss of livelihoods for all those 700 people. The Court of Appeal affirmed the High Court's decision to issue a permanent injunction restraining Shah's company and its agents or servants from remaining a pawn, selling, allocating or denying Diesel Care access to the land. Sasa. Hey.
Where? So you attending?
Yes.
Wow.
Oh boy, listen. The legal dispute started in 2011 with Megvel Cartons claiming that it purchased the land from Jewel Holdings Limited for 110 million shillings. Jewel had purchased the property from Joseph Odero, who said he had purchased the land from Margaret Omaitha Humphrey in 1985. Margaret Omaitha sells the land to Joseph Odero. Joseph Odero sells the land to Jewel. Jewel sells the land to Megdev Cartons. That's what they claim. But Diesel Care says it purchased the property from Muikali Mulei in 2001 for 6 million shillings.
I'm confused.
Diesel says it reported the issue of invasion of the land to the Director of Criminal Investigations, who confirmed Megvel's documents were forgeries.
Where does the truth lie in such a story?
Because you see, these guys called Diesel are claiming to have bought the land in 2001 from some Muikali Mulei, who is not in Megvel's line.
Yeah. It seems to be over here somewhere.
Yes.
She's not even in that whole thing.
And when did Megvel Cartons buy their land?
Megvel, it's not indicated here when they bought their land, but
they say 12 years.
They've been in that land for 12 years.
So if we do maths, it's around the same time.
But it's around the same time that the last owner is said to have sold it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Around that 2001 is when they started operating in this, started investing in this land.
Yeah.
And then their chain goes back to 1985, when there was a Omaitha Humphrey who sold the land to some Joseph Odero, who sold the land to some Jewel company, and the Jewel company then sold the land to Megvel.
This Muikali doesn't show up anywhere.
In the Megvel line.
Yeah.
And actually, the thing about titles and ownership, there's a very clear documentation of who owned what, when, and at which point.
Yes.
There's always that.
Yes.
So they've decided that...
so they went to the High Court. So Diesel went to DCI. DCI investigated. DCI found, yes. What we see from all the records that we have is Muikali to Diesel makes sense. This other one doesn't. They went to the High Court. The High Court agreed. Diesel, rightful owner. They went to the Court of Appeal. Court of Appeal agreed. Diesel, rightful owner. Megville wanted to go to the Supreme Court. They were told, no, this is not about...
Would someone who wants to put up a factory and eventually put up a factory go into all this bother to buy land or to acquire land in a dubious manner? Or are we saying that there was no other land this person could have acquired?
The possibility here is that this person was then played. All these other guys, Kina Jewel, Kina Nini, that's where the issue would be.
And he had the
So by
money.
the time you're coming, you're actually being shown even, go find a search and land ministry.
Water.
You go to the Ministry of Lands, you're given documents that show Jewel. You go to where? You're given. You buy land.
So in short, as you say in Kiswahili kwa ufupi, someone was played.
That's it.
It would appear so.
That's what it appears to be like.
Yeah.
Imagine. Now where were you?
So now you tell us that story verbatim.
Verbatim? Once upon a time, there was a court based in Shanzu, Mombasa. And
Once upon a time.
Yes, there was a guy.
Is it still there?
It's still there.
Okay.
Once upon a time to the present. It's a magistrate court. Now, why this particular court comes into our purview is because the Director of Public Prosecutions on the matter of Pastor Ezekiel had asked to be allowed to be given 30 days to continue holding the pastor.
Okay.
Now, this court comes into, again, our purview when the magistrate looked, a gentleman by the name of Joe Mido, said, the 27th, when this person was arrested, I do not think you need 30 days to investigate this. I think I'm giving up to the 4th of May, essentially 7 days, beginning of the 27th, and after that, this guy is going to be released. So this thing of the 30 days you want, that one, I'm not.
I don't see.
I don't see what it is that you're investigating all this time, and what you need 30 days for. So the 2 nights are
adequate.
Yesterday, today, tomorrow. Pastor Ezekiel is supposed to be
out.
Yes.
In the other one, in Mombasa, in Malindi, Mackenzie was due back in court. Mackenzie went due back in court. They had been given X number of days to release him. So the Malindi court released Mackenzie. Si mlikuwa nimewapatia siku fulani. Are you ready to charge him? No. Okay. Mackenzie, you go home. Mackenzie leaves court. Gets out of court. He's arrested.
New charges.
He's arrested again. Now we are not going to bring you to this same court, because this same court imejua story yetu. Shanzu. Fresh charges. Your Honor would like to hold this man because we are investigating some serious things. Shanzu court says, hold the man. Hold him.
By all means.
Yeah.
Shanzu court.
So Shanzu court said, hold him. So Mackenzie bado ako kizimbani.
Bako hold. This particular matter and all the noise that we've been hearing about it, all the clamor, it's beginning to die down. I am going to venture to say that in a week's time, the people who are going to be most concerned about Ezekiel are the people who have lost
their loved ones. Yeah. But there's the results from the postmortem, because now Johansson Odor is busy. By yesterday, he had done 40 postmortems. And the results of postmortem exams conducted on 30 bodies yesterday continued to affirm reports that some of the victims of the Good News International Church were killed.
Yeah.
Chief Government Pathologist Johansson Odor, who led the exercise at the Malindi Sub-County Hospital, says children bore the brunt of the cult activities. Yesterday, the forensics team managed to examine 8 male and 22 female bodies. Here's what Johansson says. 20 bodies had hard features of starvation. 6, we were unable to ascertain the cause of death because of decomposition. 1 child had trauma to the head, and 3 other children had asphyxia.
They were
suffocated. One of the 3 children bore strangulation marks on the neck with some bones broken, while 2 had marks of smothering meaning their noses and mouth were blocked. Of the bodies examined yesterday, 15 were adults, 9 were children. Dr. Odwor says the autopsy is unable to reveal whether 6 bodies belong to adults or children because of the level of decomposition. What? Decomposed to such an extent you can't actually tell whether this is an adult or a child. This report lends credence to observations by Kithure Kindiki, who said most of the 109 bodies recovered from shallow graves were of children. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
We are talking about the deluge of rainfall. Water everywhere.
And before you go there, before you go into the deluge,
please
let me just still stick with that story of Nini. Of Imaneno ya huyu mtu. Okay, and Carl's. Because there was an interesting story yesterday of some people who were coming from Uganda on their way to Ethiopia, who were arrested by Kenyan authorities and sent back to Uganda. Because of why? Because they belong to a cult. Where is that story? There it is on page 19 of the Standard. As the discussions around cultist organizations continue, 15 Ugandan nationals believed to be members of a religious sect were on Monday morning intercepted at the Nakuru City Bus Park. The 55 told the police and journalists that they are members of the Christ Disciples Church and they were headed to Yangatom, Ethiopia, for an evangelical mission. Nakuru East Senior Deputy County Commissioner Were Simiyu says the 15 religious faithfuls lacked proper travel documents despite being on an international trip.
Proper documents are what exactly?
Yeah.
They didn't have the proper documents despite being on an international trip.
Passports.
You don't need a passport to come to Kenya from Uganda.
Transit. Passports. We woke up to the abnormal movement. This is what the Simiyu, the police boss, said. We woke up to the abnormal movement of people.
And the normal movement is what exactly?
This is an abnormal movement of people.
All right, go on.
Upon questioning them, we realized that these are our neighbors from Uganda who did not have travel documents. On further inquiry, we realized they were traveling to Ethiopia. He said the foreigners, who include 29 adults and 26 minors, were headed to Yamatong area of Ethiopia, where they were to conduct an evangelism mission. There was nothing wrong with that, but you cannot travel internationally the way they were doing, Buana. We were also concerned by the fact that there were many children aged below 10 years. The Sub-County Security Committee, which also included officials from the immigration, took the Ugandans to Nakuru Central Police Station. They were interrogated. We have only one person who understands English, apart from their Iteso native language. In Ethiopia, where they speak English and Amharic, they claim they were to get interpreters. With the ongoing wave of cultic movements being exposed in the country, Simiyu said, we're not going to.
Who invited them?
No, it's better to be safe than sorry.
Yeah, absolutely.
The only thing they have are their Ugandan national ID cards. With the gaps in their story, it became a concern to us, and we have decided to facilitate their return to Uganda so they can now start their journey afresh
with the
proper documentation. The only man who spoke English in that group is called Isaac Adile. He said they had left eastern Uganda on Sunday. They got stranded at Nakuru bus terminus after they ran out of bus fare. Our leader, Pastor Isaac, is in Busia, coming this way to join us for the rest of the journey. We have contacted him and we are expecting that he'll send us more bus fare.
The OCS, or is it OCPD?
DCC.
DCC. Good move.
I agree. It's good that they
Good move. Whether they're a cult or not, as he says correctly, there were too many gaps in that story. You've come all the way.
Bus fare is not enough.
Yeah, and you're going to Ethiopia. And you've run out of bus fare in Nakuru.
Yep.
Nah.
It's possible. It's possible.
But it's iffy. Especially when you come to this part. It comes barely a month after the Ethiopian Ministry of Foreign Affairs confirmed the arrival of hundreds of Ugandan nationals who are reportedly fleeing their country over doomsday fears. Hundreds of Ugandans have entered Ethiopia through southern Ethiopia, claiming that the end of the world is approaching and Ethiopia is the only safe place.
In the world now, Ethiopia.
Ethiopia is the chosen place up on your heaven.
Remember, it's their, this world that they're speaking about is their world. And it revolves around Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Ethiopia, and maybe a bit of Sudan. Okay. No, it was a correct decision.
Imagine.
Let them go back.
Mujiorganize na story yenu. Haya, deluge.
There has been talk of El Nino.
Yes.
Now, the Global Information and Early Warning Systems update by Food and Agricultural Organization are saying that Kenya is among 20 countries at the risk of a deluge effects of El Nino. Okay? Yep. The highlights showed that the El Nino oceanographic phenomenon is likely to return in June, as in not next year, this year, which is next month.
Like month, this one coming.
January, February, March, April, May, June, that one. Okay. With the UN update report predicted excessive rainfall and possible flooding. Now, if this is not El Nino and this is bad, now imagine what will happen when El and El Nino actually arrive here. What do you think we are going to witness? Tricky.
Are there specific areas where they say you go?
The story is on page 26.
Of heightened
since
concern.
You are someone who likes details, why don't I just be the good person and give you all these delightful details? Am I on the right page? The story.
26 is 2 followed by 6.
Actually, the story is on page 25. I misread because page 26 they're classified ads. Yes.
Maybe they are selling land. El Nino free land.
Yep. What they have is the risk. The countries that face excessive rainfall: Kenya, Afghanistan, Argentina, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Bhutan, Iran, Iraq, Kazakhstan. There's Kazakhstan.
Those are R's and stands.
Then there's another Kyrgyzstan. Then there's Mexico, Pakistan. That's the one. Paraguay.
Pakistan and then Paraguay.
Yes. Then there's Tajikistan.
So we have Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Armenian,
Kyrgyzstan. That Turkmenistan is also there, by the way. All these stands.
Paraguay.
But they haven't finished them. Then there's one, Uzbekistan. All these stands. Deluge coming.
Those are up there.
Yes.
Those
in
are
Asia.
East Asia.
Where is Kenya?
And then Paraguay.
And then there's no Tanzania, Somalia, Ethiopia.
No, there's Mexico.
Where do we come in?
So if Mexico is there, even United States is there, by the way.
No, look at where they lie on the equator.
Tajikistan and all those things are not near the Indian Ocean.
Look at where they lie on the equator. Just look at where each of these countries lie on the equator. Maybe that will be the answer.
Okay. Do you know who else lies on the equator? Uganda.
Did they mention Uganda there?
There's no neighbor of Kenya in this list?
No mention. It's just us.
What did you people do?
We are not a stan. Are we Kenya stan?
Maybe you didn't know.
But let me guess, you asked for specific areas.
Are Kenyan.
Let me just read it so that it isn't me ad-libbing. The 5-day weather forecast for this week shows that rainfall is likely to continue over several parts of the country. However, rainfall amounts and spatial coverage is likely to reduce. There will be isolated episodes of heavy rainfall in some parts of the highlands, east and west of the Rift Valley. I'm sounding like those fellows who read weather.
You like it, eh?
Yes. Yes. There will be heavy in some parts of the highlands, east and west of the Rift Valley, coast and northwestern Kenya. Okay?
The weather boy.
Rain.
Deluge.
But you know something, huh? You know this thing is serious, huh?
No, it is. One
I have gotten news from back home, where I come from. I man, it's serious. We're even contributing for people to rebuild houses.
Oh no. Oh no.
Yes. Water came, house kaput. And not one, many. Gone. Yani finished. And by the way, this water is a bit sensible. It sweeps the house also away.
It goes with the house.
It goes with the house. Gone. Finished. So
you can't even salvage it. Mabati libaki, nyumba ikaenda.
Unless you can chase the mabati.
Wow. Let's get to the news. Good morning. It's 7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is News. I'm Dennis Aseto. Yes, Ezekiel Odero spent the night in custody after police were granted more time to complete probe on the Shakahola forest cult deaths. The 7-day period runs from last Thursday when he was arrested until May 4th, which is tomorrow when his case is due for mention. Meanwhile, the arrested controversial pastor Paul Mackenzie and his co-accused will stay in police custody for 3 more days. A Shanzu court directed the matter in which the DPP wants to continue holding the suspects for 90 more days to be handled by his colleague Shanzu's Senior Principal Magistrate Yusuf Shikanda. The DPP said the previous 14 days that they had been granted wasn't enough. Now, the postmortem exercise on the bodies exhumed in Shakahola, Kilifi County continues today, with the results indicating that not everyone lost their lives due to starvation. The autopsy report led by the Chief Government Pathologist Johnson Oduor has shown that people, although a large number of believers died after starving themselves, some had strangulation marks and other signs of lack of oxygen, indicating that some, especially children, were murdered.
One of them, which was a child, we found that they had trauma to the head. And then 3 of them had asphyxia, meaning that they had been denied oxygen. Of these 3, one of them we could clearly see marks on the neck of someone who had been strangled with the breaking of some bones in the neck. So we are able to take DNA from 27 families. We are able to take DNA from them. And as they come, we still continue taking DNAs from them so that we can reconcile the DNAs and the DNAs that we're taking from them.
Now, the Council of Governors has formed a 10-member committee of governance to engage President William Ruto and opposition leader Raila Odinga to end the current stalemate. COG Chair Anoi Guru says the main responsibility of the committee is to find a solution to the protests.
The chairperson of the council, Governor Anoi Guru, the vice chair, Governor Ahmed Abdullahi, the whip, Governor Stephen Sang, and 7 governors, namely Kenneth Lusaka, Governor Fatuma Achani, Governor Mutahi Kahiga, Governor Simba Arati, Governor Joseph Olelenko, Governor Wavinyan Deti, and Governor Ochilo Ayako. And the purpose of the committee will be to engage the leaders from the 2 political divides to address the ongoing demonstrations and amicable solutions to ensure stability in the country.
Guru says that they've also reached a deal with Treasury CS Nyugunandungu on disbursement of county areas.
We have agreed with the National Treasury that they will be prompt in ensuring timely disbursement to counties. Additionally, it has been resolved and agreed with the National Treasury that the March allocation will be disbursed by 15th of May 2023, and the April allocation will be disbursed by end of May. The disbursements for May and June will be issued in the first 2 weeks of June to allow counties to absorb these resources within the financial year.
And the parliamentary bipartisan talks between the Kenya Kwanza and Azimio la Umoja committees have hit a snag. This is after continued bickering over membership of a joint bipartisan committee and the resumption of demonstrations by the Azimio coalition. Here's Kenya Kwanza's representative George Murugara and Azimio's Otiende Amolo.
We agree talks proceed, but if they insist that they will be demonstrating as we talk, then it defeats the purpose. Because these talks were called for because of the ongoing demonstrations that were in the streets.
We, as a joint bipartisan team, have never been mandated to discuss anything about the demonstration. It is not in our place to call them or to call them off. In our place is to discuss the things that are within our mandate, and we had already outlined them. And therefore, to give us a condition that we have to call off any demonstration, which is a constitutional right, as a condition of resuming any discussion, again is a show of bad faith.
Interior CS Kithure Kindiki has ordered the immediate deployment of an anti-stock theft unit in Meru North to tame the wave of cattle rustling between Meru and Isiolo counties. Speaking at a security baraza in the county, Kindiki also ordered a probe into the killing of former MCA George Kalionga following a banditry incident on Sunday.
Ninataka nitangaze operation maalum ya kukabiliana na wezi wa ng'ombe ambao na wezi wa mifugo ambao wanatatiza watu katika sehemu hii ya Meru, sana sana Meru kaskazini.
This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
Spice FM, Nakuru.
It's heavy on the Thika Superhighway coming into the CBD, quite some on Uhuru Highway as well. And we're looking at Jogo Road for the first time since Friday, with some traffic as you try to get towards Landis. Heavy coming off Kiambu Road. Just past DCI is where we'll see some of that traffic. Starting to build up in Westlands. James Gishuru out towards Wayaki Way. We're seeing that action happening as well. Okay, North Airport Road is back to its usual shenanigans, and we have quite some traffic going out towards Outer Ring as well as the Eastern Bypass. So let's keep an eye for those things and see what happens in a short while. A few minutes after 7 o'clock says that traffic is going to be quite the thing this morning. Okay? My Mahu, there were some issues there. Let's take a look and see. It says outbound traffic is quite a thing. My Mahu route looks like it's going to slow folks down today. So an alternative is probably best. Yes. Let's talk on Spice FM KE on Twitter.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down.
7
This
minutes
is the
after 7.
Situation
How are
Room.
you doing? Welcome to the second hour of the Situation Room. And those joining us now on KTN Home, Karibu Sana. We're live on Spice FM, on YouTube and Facebook, as well as KTN Home. Kenya's biggest conversation, reminding you about investments in Kilifi County. The Pingo development owned by Centum Real Estate, and they're doing some good job. Phase 1 completed, 500 homes sold and already occupied, a vibrant community there. We're talking about it's touching tarmac. Okay, this is prime property touching tarmac, touching tarmac right there. Shopping center coming up. Okay, there's already a Pingo shopping center around there, and more commercial facilities coming up. And we said about water. What do they do with the water?
Desalinization.
They go to the ocean,
Bring the water, clean it up. It can come through your tap. You can use it
from the blue ocean.
No more salt.
And the water comes out not blue but clear.
One would hope. Yeah, so I mean, imagine that. Access to electricity, access to water, unlimited supply. Why wouldn't you want to? 10% is all you need to then pay that deposit, and then you can start towards, home ownership.
Your home ownership.
That one.
1.98 million is the list that you can get, an apartment there. What city?
Is the home
ownership. So call Centum today. 0740 400 215. That's 0740 400 215. Or send them an SMS. Write the word Vipingo and send that text to 22365. They'll get it back in touch with you and give you more details about this. Sawa. Now let's look at what's happening in the country. Oh, there's Mandamano yesterday. There'll be Mandamano tomorrow. Oh, there's dialogues due by partisan dialogue. It starts, a committee formed, then a committee disagrees on its own membership of the committee, of the members of the committee of that bipartisan talks, and they start arguing over that. All these things that are taking place in the country. Is the cost of unga high? Is the cost of unga coming down? Is the Ministry of Agriculture aware of who's importing maize, or is it not? Remember, they were given how many days? Is it 10 days? By the CS Medeka Linturi.
10 days.
10 days.
Yes.
You, who we give a license to import, come and prove to us that you've imported.
Have those 10 days finished? No, they've not finished. It's like tomorrow.
They're coming to
Many
an
things
end.
are happening tomorrow.
Governors had said in 14 days.
If you have not given us money,
shutting down. Yesterday, Njogona Ndongo went to the governor's office and said, guys, shikani kidogo, hii mambo ni kuongea. Hii ndio nimepata kwa sasa. Hii ingine by 15th of May, I'll give you money for April. then for March, then for April and May and June will work. Hii mambo ni kuongea. Okay, so let's talk about all those things, and we're now joined by Strategic Communications Advisor, Dr. Barack Muluka. Good morning.
Morning, Erica. Good to see you again, the three musketeers.
Musketeers sasa.
Tumekusikia.
Sawa. Karibu sana. Are you keeping well?
Very well, as you can see, and the picture of good health.
Kabisa. Picture of good health.
The epitome of goodness.
Right. Safi.
That's how people announce themselves.
Evo, but
Yes.
just say it, I'm fine.
Just say I'm fine. No. Can't you see? As you
The
ask.
epitome of goodness. And a picture of goodness and epitome of good health. This is it. Hiya, City. Please take the man to Lome.
Yes. Our proverbs for the whole of this week, ending day after tomorrow, are from the country of Togo. Now, this particular proverb was clearly created at a certain point in time when certain things hadn't become an everyday reality. Like the thing you mentioned about Vipingo Rage. Okay? Dirty water cannot be washed. We now know it actually can.
Dirty water cannot be washed.
Yes, this is what the proverb says. And as I said, this proverb was probably set in motion at a time when this was a definitive definition.
Dr. Muluka, there's something called maana ya juu na maana ya ndani. What's your interpretation of this proverb?
This is a universal African proverb. It only goes into different guises from time to time. In Emmanuel, we say that water does not have a bad heart. Maji haina roho mbaya. Maji haina roho chafu. It depends on what you do with it. You can always clean it. You can always recycle it. And you can always use it. In fact, even the water that we see flowing through sewers, it can be reclaimed. Yeah. Na ukienda kwa roho ya ndani, the human being, we are told, is 2/3 water. And even the human soul is water. Yeah, and it can be cleansed. And there's nothing that we ultimately should condemn as irredeemable. Those things which we think cannot be redeemed, subjected to certain environments and treatments, can be redeemed. Never write anything off completely.
It sounds like it's the complete opposite of what that proverb is saying, though.
The beauty is that is the interpretation. And it is a valid interpretation. Yes.
Water cannot be?
Dirty water cannot be washed. And he's saying, thank you very much for telling us that. It actually can. So.
Yes, and hyperbole, there are times when you say it the way it means something different. But when you subject it to scrutiny, you find that he was being hyperbolic, with the proverb from Omar Bongo's Lome, Togo.
Giving us a completely different side, kumbe. They want you to think.
Yes.
So you can see what is actually now obvious.
Kusafishwa.
Okay. But there's a lot happening in the country politically. So the Azimio la Umoja, One Kenya coalition, after suspending their countrywide protests and demonstrations, and agreeing to talks as had been proposed by the president, then said, no, we actually want to have a different kind of engagement. Number one, these are the issues that we've been presenting, and what we're hearing from the other side is their only focus is one issue. They're saying the rest are non-issues. It's like they're dismissing us, and we insist that this is how we shall do it. Then they said, parallel to those talks, because we've already formed our team and we are ready for those, we'll be engaging with the people on what they call town halls. And then we shall also have back to the streets to remind people why we are agitating as we are agitating. Yesterday, they went back to the streets. What do you think this is all about?
Thank you very much once again. Well, what I'm seeing here is grandstanding. What I'm seeing here is an outfit that essentially wants to make the country ungovernable, so that you reach a point where you are not just going to have a conversation, but you're going to have a conversation on their terms. That this is what we want. If someone is telling you, let us talk, but they have also placed a gun on your head, and they are telling you, this is the agenda, say yes, yes. They are telling you, these are the people who are going to be involved with this talk, say yes, yes. And this is the expected outcome, say yes, yes. Because when you listen carefully, you hear them saying things like, we want the servers to be opened, which is probably a good thing, because it might put the whole debate to rest. But you are not saying we want this server to be opened through this avenue. Mind you, we are talking about a constitutional process. We are interrogating a constitutional process that has gone through the motions and reached the logical conclusion at the Supreme Court, including where the Constitution says, and the decision of the Supreme Court shall be final. But you are saying, let us reopen it, and which is not necessarily a bad thing, but you are not offering an avenue for opening. You are saying that the cost of living is bad, it must come down, and you are not bringing it down, and because you are not bringing it down, we are protesting. But you are not saying that here is the alternative agenda of how to bring the cost of living down. And because you have refused to embrace this agenda that we have given you about this formula that will bring the cost of living down, we are protesting until you bring the cost of living down. We are saying that there are 4 people who resigned from office. And the Constitution is very clear about how that kind of office is vacated. And one of the avenues is resigning. And you're saying, reinstate these people. Before you agree to these things, we are not going to have a conversation. We are going to have mandamano. It is holding the country at ransom, taking it hostage, and saying maybe because I didn't get this thing, nobody is going to have it. The country cannot go on, and it is about me.
I almost hear you speaking as though there's no validity in the claims that are being made by the Azimio side. Is that how it is seen? Of the things that they're demanding, because I've asked myself and I said, okay, look, some of the things that are being demanded, should they happen on the day, will we see that there will be peace, quote unquote peace, no matter how, volatile it may, volatile peace, if it's something like that, at least at the beginning. If those things were sorted out, let's play that for a minute and say, if those things were sorted out, would we then arrive at a situation then where everything again were okay in the country?
I think, ladies and gentlemen, to say that there's no validity is to be extremist. I certainly would like to pay less for everything that I pay for in this country today. There's valid concern about the cost of living, and it's a conversation we must have, but we cannot have a conversation with a gun on our heads. Even in school, the reason I did not excel was because the teachers used to move around the classroom with a big stick. If you want to teach me and to have a conversation with me, you put the big stick away. Then we can have a sober conversation. Even your children at home, if you think that you are going to intimidate them all the time with big sticks, and you say that you are putting them on the straight and narrow, there will be no conversation. talk about the cost of living, and unfortunately we have the memory of Awathog in this country, should take us back to about 15 years ago when the farmer was violated. We remember there was a time in this country when there was a plethora of maize production in the maize basket of Trans Nzoia and Uasin Gishu.
Till it was being fed to cattle.
We were saying that maize was being bought by the National Cereals and Produce Board at below production. And farmers started saying that there's no need to produce more food, more maize in this country. We must go back to that conversation, the conversation of guaranteed minimum returns for those who produce food. And I know what I'm talking about. I grow maize, but I stopped growing maize for commercial purposes. I grow just enough for my family. The rest of the land, some of it I've put under trees. The rest of it lies fallow. And if you are willing to come and buy, I'll sell it to you. That's where we must begin. What happened? It was during the President Mwai Kibaki regime when we were producing food and we didn't know what to do with it. We took this food to NCPD, NCPB, and they would take 18 months before payment. That is where the rain started beating us. That is a conversation that we must have. Then when we talk about the opening of the servers, it could be a good thing. In fact, I think it would be a good thing. But show us how. Because we are talking about constitutionalism. We are talking about the sanctity of elections. And we are talking about the decisions of constitutional entities. If we are going to reject every decision that is made by these institutions and paralyze the country because the decision did not go our way, the country can be in a state of permanent paralysis because there are decisions made every day in the courts against one individual or the other, and they have to live with it. City, it was the great Socrates about whom the courts of the day ruled that he would eat the hemlock and that he would die by hemlock. And his friends tried to get him to escape from Athens. And he said, no, laws and decisions of institutions of judgment that are legitimate must be accepted, must be obeyed, even when we do not agree with them. So a conversation can be had, and a conversation that says that in the future, beyond the decision of the Supreme Court, what do we do if we are still not satisfied that that cannot be terminal? That if there are people who have resigned of their own volition because they have been brought before a tribunal and they're feeling uncomfortable, but they elect to resign, and that resignation is within the instruments, it's within the constitution. If afterwards they have a change of heart, how do we deal with that? It is a conversation that requires sobriety, that requires genuineness of intent, not some kind of insurgency where you are saying that you're going to bring the country to a standstill, including messing up those who voted for you, because they have businesses all over the place. And when you are disrupting the country in an insurgent manner, they are also affected.
But then, Dr. Muluka, then on the other side, if, like you say, those concerns that have been raised sound legitimate and there are issues that deserve a conversation, those that are in power, should they not just be seeing this as what you've said and immediately embracing the conversation? or immediately just taking the lead and saying, so this is what we're going to do to address the cost of living, or call you and say, in Parliament, what's your proposal? If it's opening the server, this is how we'd like to, we say yes to opening the server. This is how we propose to open the server. What do you think about it? Why must they sit back and have this whole back and forth conversation of Musitulete?
Let me take a hypothetical case because I'm not William Ruto. And say now I'm William Ruto, I'm the president, elected. And after I have been elected, my foremost contender is running around the place telling people he does not recognize me. And he wants to have a conversation with me. Would I be willing to have a conversation with him? I have not arrived to the throne of power shooting my way to State House. In fact, he's the one who is telling people that they are going to storm State House to throw me out so that he can occupy it and swear himself in. And he has done that before, at least to some extent, sworn himself in. Only he did not have the mechanisms to go the whole hog. And I was there, I know what I'm talking about. I asked those questions, that after swearing in, what happens? And I advised Musalia Mudavadi and Kalonzo Musyoka, Moses Wetangula, that it was an exercise in futility. The best they could do was to throw the country into a bloodbath. Yeah, so you're saying you're going to storm State House to throw me out, and you want us to have a conversation on how I should leave the seat of power, or on what? You're saying you want to me to reinstate people whom, when we look at the law, we can't see where it is written that I can restore them, restore the Cherera 4 before we can have a conversation. It is what the philosophers call reductio ad absurdum. It is ridiculous to the extent of being absurd, yeah, that I should restore people who have resigned. Which avenue am I going to use to reinstate these people who have resigned? You're saying I'm sitting back, I'm not opening the servers. Show me the key, that this is the key. It's not the days of the decree when they used to say, Rais Moi ameamuru. Yeah? So what's happening as a footnote is that I think Kenya's constitutionalism is undergoing birth pangs. We are not yet a democracy, but the democratic principles, tenets, and pillars of this nation are being shaken. We are going through the birth pangs of the birth of democracy, whether elections count for anything, whether the court system counts for anything. The test is on. And as happens always with every birth, either the baby will be born or the mother will die or the baby will die or both the mother and the baby will die.
Or they will live.
Or they will live.
Are you saying that the president has no role to play here? When he spoke on that Sunday, he said it's important sometimes to listen. And that's when he was extending that olive branch and saying, let's have a conversation, all right? So that means that he already accepts that he has a responsibility as the president and the head of state. He has a responsibility to see to it that this political issue is resolved. And he has a responsibility to show leadership on how this political issue can be resolved. Now I'm asking, so when those issues are legitimate like that, and he's clearly hearing what the people are saying. Yes, you are saying you are addressing the cost of living using inputs, but there are people who are saying there is a current issue, need for the cost of living. What can he do? Yes, you're saying you won, your win was confirmed by the Supreme Court, you're sworn in publicly, openly, according to the Constitution, you're in office, you are exercising powers of the president today. But there's an issue about the election and the audit of the election. What role as the leader of the nation does he have?
Eric, you are rather liberal with your choice of idiom, which is very much unlike you, very much unlike the generation that I have been privileged to train in the schools of journalism and mass communications, because words have value. You don't say things like you are saying that you won the election. When Samuel Kivuitu declared Mwai Kibaki duly elected, and Mwai Kibaki was asked, did you win the election? President Mwai Kibaki said, I don't know. I was told that I won. William Ruto was told that he won.
He was declared winner.
He was declared the winner.
Yes.
And he was not declared the winner in some roadside kangaroo forum. He was declared the winner by those who were mandated to do so. He did not arrive in Monrovia shooting with AK-47.
That much we've established.
So when you talk about legitimacy,
yes,
and you take that legitimacy,
he is in office legitimately,
even to
right?
that,
and that's why I'm saying he is in office legitimately. He operates from State House. He was sworn in publicly. Everybody saw. He signed the instruments. Everybody saw that. So he is in office legitimately. But then there's this side that is saying we'd like an audit of this election.
I understand.
Now, as a person who is the head of state and government, what does he do?
I understand you to be saying that obliquely, though, that you withdraw your usage of the idiom. You are saying you are duly elected.
Yes, I withdraw that. I don't even recall saying it, but yes.
Brevity of memory.
William Ruto is in office legitimately.
It's part of the national character, brevity of memory.
And I see you picking on that so that you avoid the question. So back
no,
to the question.
I don't avoid anything. I take questions head on. Yeah. So William Ruto, as president of the Republic of Kenya, must recognize, as indeed I believe he does, that the presidency is a unifying entity in the country. It should help to bring the nation together rather than to disperse it. But he also recognizes that we are a constitutional democracy. On the day that he was sworn in, he was given the Constitution as one of the instruments of state and power, and he swore to protect it. So before he even begins a digression from the constitutional path, he must ensure that the constitutional entities have been tried.
Where is the digression?
The digression is where you say, let us have the conversation outside Parliament. It's a diversion.
Why is it a digression?
It is a digression because the reason we go to elections to elect Parliament is that so that Parliament will reflect on national issues, national agendas, process them, and make them law. The divergation here is that we are being told, let this thing be processed outside Parliament, and then let it be taken to Parliament, so that Parliament only turns it into law. What is the point of having a Parliament when things are going to be processed outside? You chew it and then you spit it in the mouth of Parliament and you tell it, swallow it. Those kinds of things, happen in failed states. We have not yet reached there. However, if these mandamanos are going to bring total state failure, because now we are going through state fragility, then that kind of conversation is going to be tenable. But you still have got the constitutional institutions. The Constitution says that the legislative power or mandate of the country reposes with Parliament. And you are saying, let's make the law.
My brother, why then do we have task forces? Why then do we set up commissions to discuss matters which, again, Parliament could very easily discuss and arrive at a necessary conclusion, because they are, after all, our representatives. In a democracy such as this one here, there are many avenues to arriving at the same decision that you want. I don't see the diversion, you do. But there's a conversation that I find interesting, and you brought it up. Every time we talk about the demonstrations and we talk about what's going on, everything that is said, it's like there's this one person called Raila Odinga who has the ability to call demonstrations, who has the ability to destabilize the government by his demonstrations. One person who has the ability. It's like he does these things alone, and he alone has those powers by his utterances, by the things he says. Now, he's a politician. Let's go to our President William Ruto. He's also a politician. He and his deputy say things all the time, every day, every other day. They make promises. My problem is this. When politicians speak, at what point do we just take the view that politicians are doing what politicians do and they are talking? And that you must understand that political conversation is not to be taken very seriously. It must be seen as just that, political conversation. Because if we then say that what is slowly becoming a narrative that the demonstrations are in fact a ploy to rob Kenyans of their livelihood and to get people killed and to disenfranchise people, and also to ensure that this government fails and that this one person is doing it, then what we're actually saying is that this one person has the power to do more things than even the president. Now, that, in my opinion, is not true.
Let's take a break.
Those are your words.
Let's take a break. On this note, it's 23 to 8. However, let's take a break. We'll continue. Dr. Barak Muluka is a strategic communications advisor. We are looking at the things that are happening in the country, whatever is happening in the country. What are the options and the avenues, the doors that will be open to resolve what we are seeing now, a developing political standoff? Keep it here. The conversation continues.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
I have a brother. He was a pilot. He was laid off. He came to a policeman. He messed up.
He went from a pilot to a policeman.
Exactly.
He stole a jet.
Yeah.
In fact, you should be lucky he was not court-martialed.
The Spice Drive. Big hair and the biggest hits from the best decade.
Indeed, it's all about hashtag Spice Drive, hashtag Quach, KWACH, 3 to 7.
All right, traffic coming into the city, coming off Jogoro today. Heavy as you get towards Landis, and it's going to spill over towards Kamkunji at the roundabout. Also looking at Huru Highway, quite busy as you get towards the city. The thicker superhighway, the service lanes are going to save quite a number of folks this morning. Snow movement all the way from Garden City, even beyond that. We're looking at it coming in heavy from Safari Park and beyond. Also on Kiamburo today, we're looking at some traffic that continues coming out of Westlands as well. Pretty busy morning, very different from yesterday, eh? All right. Also looking at the Northern Bypass, some traffic there coming out through towards Limuru Road and then into the city. Let us know what's going on where you are. Spice FM, KE on Twitter.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Daktari, you had just started saying that's not true to what City had said.
Or rather, I said those were his words. You know,
it is I who said, and that is not true.
You know, Eric, words are the tools of my profession. In other environments, they will say tools of trade. And I have a wide repertoire, and I choose very carefully because I know they have value. They are not just empty vessels. So those were City's words. I would probably rearrange them to reflect my reality a little differently. It is true that throughout the pages of history, there have arisen from time to time men and women of extraordinary abilities, even abilities with the mobilization of the masses. It is true. Such people have risen, and probably Raila Odinga is one of them. Yeah, that there have been such people as Napoleon Bonaparte. There have been people like Benito Mussolini. There have been people like Otto von Bismarck. There have been people like Count Camillo.
I'm waiting for Hitler.
Camillo Cavour. You have made your own contribution by floating Adolf Hitler. That was your contribution to the conversation. Yeah, there have been such persons.
When we come to the present, if you mention Raila Odinga and the powers of persuasion, let's mention our president as well. He too has the powers of persuasion.
Absolutely, I have not disagreed. Yeah, so it is a question of what you do with those extraordinary abilities that have been bequeathed to you, or you have learned, or have been thrust upon you. The great poet said that some men, he didn't say women unfortunately, but I think some men and women, some are born great, others become great, and some have got greatness thrust upon them. Yeah, whatever it is you do with that greatness is upon you. But let's agree on one thing, that the nation must speak to itself. Earlier on, City mentioned something about commissions and tribunals and so on, and they are all part of the democratic tradition. However, they are not going to happen when one party has placed an AK-47 on the head of the other one, and they are saying, I'm going to blast your brains. You need your brains to be able to think straight, to even know how to constitute your team, to even understand the issues. And if someone has placed you in a context where they are saying, I'm going to blast your brains.
How is it that these declarations and the actualizations of the demonstrations, how do they amount to a loaded gun pointing at someone's head?
You must be the only visitor in town. As the good Lord would say, the only stranger in Jerusalem.
Yes.
If you have not seen that they disrupt life completely, that businesses come to a standstill, that you are using them to say that this is our bargaining chip, that we are going to ban tattoos, we are going to open up space to create an environment in which hoodlums, yahoos.
That's what they're saying.
That's what we are seeing.
Okay.
If you,
the thing is also at the same time, Barry,
haven't seen it.
Yeah. If I can jump in, the thing is that the effect of a loaded gun would either make you do one of two things: you either surrender or you fight back, isn't it? You can try to attack the person who has the loaded gun pointed at you, or you can acquiesce to their demands and, lay flat and allow the fella to shoot you. Do we see any of those two things happening here? And I think the question there also is there an iota of responsibility that rests on the president's shoulders to say, okay, guys, hang on a minute and let's actually see beyond this. I think Mandamano is a tool, obviously, to have a conversation be had. Now, is there any responsibility that rests on his shoulders? Because it does not seem as though there's a decision is being made because there's this pointed gun at his head. I don't think the gun is even pointed at his head, if there is one.
I'll be very charitable and advise myself to refrain from commenting about thought. But let me put it this way, that number one, the president has got the responsibility to ensure that the country is at all times in a conversational mode. Mm-hmm. And to create space and environments for conversations. And it's not just the president, it's all of us. The Constitution says that everybody has a responsibility to protect this Constitution. Mm. And one of the provisions, I think, if we just start looking from around 35, today is a World International Press Freedom Day. And that reminds us of Article 35 of the Constitution of Kenya about that freedom. Creation of an environment in which we speak freely. Mm. Now, metaphorically speaking, if you get hold of my arm and you tell me do this, and some chaps learned that even in primary school, they would get hold of your arm and twist it at the back, and they tell you, sema mimi ni Kenyatta, sema mimi ni Kenyatta. And you say, where is Kenyatta? Where is he? Then say, sema. Then say, yeah, wewe ni Kenyatta. Then he would leave you. Now that's what I'm talking about. And you are right when you say you will either fight back or surrender. But Sigmund Freud, I think it was the father of psychology. Psychoanalysis. He was telling us that there are three things. You will either get into the fight mood or get into the flight mood, or you will freeze. Flight and freeze and fight, they are not helping at all. Freud did not say you will get into the engagement mode, when the gun is placed on your head. He spoke of fight, flight, and freeze. And that is quite often where nations such as ours find themselves. So drop the guns, call for a ceasefire. The conversation is not going to be a moment. It is going to be a process. Expect that there are going to be challenges, and carry on with the conversation. If this gentleman, the president, says, let it be done in Parliament, indicate why it is not happening in Parliament. But I suppose that the Odinga brigade is raising the stakes. And I say Odinga, bringing in the point, the thread that CT came up with a little earlier on. You have seen that in the spaces which predominantly we would say the terrain of Kalonzo Musyoka, nothing happens. There's no mandamano that goes on in those spaces. Martha Karua, there's nothing happening there. Eugene Wamalwa, Jeremiah Kioni, all these people are around Tinga. So we have to give it to Tinga that is the prime mover in that domain. He could also say, let us seriously give a dialogue a chance. He's not saying that. He's saying bring down the cost of living. How? Restore. Reinstate the Cherera 4.
Allow me to ask you this question, Dr. Even as you're saying this. I earlier mentioned and stated just this little notion of power between Azimio and between and Kenya Kwanza, who has the constitutional mandate to change things in the country? Who was elected? Because when you are elected,
President Ruto,
it's bequeathed. You are bequeathed with that duty, are you not?
President Ruto has got the constitutional power, and he's using the constitutional path to the best of my interpretation. When he says, let's go to Parliament, he's using that path. And you can see that even Mr. Odinga agreed. The people who walked away from the conversation table said, but you have brought on the table a person we do not accept. And that is normal. You can say we don't accept this one. You saw when we had the mediated Kofi Annan talks, certain names were floated. ODM floated the name of Cyril Ramaphosa. And PNU said, no, we don't accept that one because he's a close friend of Raila Odinga. Yeah? That kind of thing is part of the motions. You say, we don't accept that one. Play another card. The other side is also saying, we are not accepting Soking. They're saying, remove this one, we remove this one, you bring another one, we bring another one. The conversation carries on. But the conversation, the architecture and design of it also is problematic in the sense that they need some kind of neutral party, and therefore within the parliamentary architecture and design of such things in the past, it has always been very clear. The first committee that I ever heard of was the JM Karaoke Select Probe Select Committee in 1975, Eric. And Elijah Mwangare was the chairperson, and we followed the proceedings quite closely. There have been others since that time. Here you have belligerents who are engaged against one another. And to that extent, you may want to give it to Mr. Odinga when he says maybe the Kofi Annan style. He seems to have a point there that this should be mediated talks. Mediated talks in the sense that we are belligerents on both sides, and therefore it is difficult to bring us together when we disagree. But that point can be made soberly without Ndu Oko placing the gun on somebody's head.
You know, I suspect the good doctor here came with that gun. I mean,
you might just have the gun.
This gun is somewhere.
Yeah,
mine is in the head.
But that's where all things emanate from, the head.
What's the way out here? Because we are where we are. The bilateral talk committee has been formed.
I think
they're disagreeing, like you said, the belligerents.
The way out still resides with the two committees. We have got more than 300 members of parliament. There are, I think, 345. Almost 90.
So including senators, yes.
Yeah, 390. Surely, Azimio can get someone to replace Soking. I believe that's how the name...
Kosing.
Yeah, you know, it has got two consonants
following each other.
The start and a bit of tongue twisters. Yeah, and someone to replace Kenan. Then they can begin. They even haven't fleshed out the agenda. Yeah, they flesh out the agenda, and they must recognize that they're not going to get it right on day one. Yeah? Then you go back to the principles. They say this is how far we have gone. It's like bride wealth. When you go to negotiate bride wealth, you don't just say, oh, we are going to bring five cows and 50,000 bob, and you expect the other side to agree. Yeah. Or when they say we want 1,000,000 shillings and 35 heads of cattle
and a tractor
and 3 tractors, you don't run away and say, this is too much. It is a tug of war. And in a tug of war, you tug at the rope a bit, you pass it to the fellow behind you, they pull a bit, and then you tug some more. You don't do it in one hole. That is what must be recognized, that it's going to take a little longer, and we are going to require a bit of patience. Meanwhile, we have houses to sweep, we have children to take to school, we have food to look for, we have sick people to...
Daktari, do you think that the two principals were sincere when they said they wanted dialogue?
On Palm Sunday.
I think so. I think they are sincere, both of them, but I think that they are raising the stakes.
They're raising the stakes, or, as someone has suggested, they are both being held hostage by members of their teams.
That is also part of conversation. No, there are many interests in any conversation. Yeah, I look at it and say, what would the outcome of this conversation mean for me? Yeah, and therefore I dig in. And in any conversation, you will have the hawks, yeah, the hardcore, hardliners. Who say no, who will even stand up and start rushing away. Then you must also have the more conciliatory fellows who keep on saying, ladies and gentlemen, look, let us talk. Then you must have the sticklers for detail who are collecting the balls and bringing them back to the table and saying, look, ladies and gentlemen, we are losing focus. Because sometimes a conversation, a dialogue breaks down simply because Eric Latif has said, oh, you are saying you are the president. You say, what do you mean? I'm saying I'm the president. I'm the president. Maybe Eric Latif did not mean it in any bad way. So I want to believe that the two principals are serious about the need for dialogue, without which both of them must know that there will be no movement. But I also believe that they believe that they must raise the stakes, show the other side that there's something to lose, yeah, and there are certain things to be gained. Then you place what you stand to lose and what you stand to gain on the weighing scales.
Do you see those talks resulting to a reduction in the cost of unga?
Insisting on the subsidy.
They probably will, because there's a sense in which we can run and chew gum concurrently. So it's possible to look at the long-term reduction of cost of unga and the short term as well.
So it may happen as the talks go on.
Indeed.
Other things align and the cost of unga comes down and they'll claim credit.
Here it should not even be more of who
brought it down.
But that it is down.
It's down and the country wins.
Okay. Dr. Muluka, thank you very much for joining us.
Asante sana.
Always a pleasure having you here.
It's good to meet the three musketeers. With
Dr. Barak
apologies to Alexander Duma.
Dr. Barak Muluka is a strategic communications advisor. Keep it here for more conversations. In the next hour, we talk to ICT experts. What is this opening the server conversation? What does it mean? It's 8 a.m.
spice up your life.
The news at the top of the hour on Vibes.
Good morning, this is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. Kenya has received 400 billion shillings from AfriExim, that is Africa Export-Import Bank, after signing a 3-year financing program anchored on the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. Treasury Cabinet Secretary Njuguna Ndung'u signed for Kenya, while AfriExim President Benedict Orama did for the bank. President William Ruto witnessed the signing. Orama said the program will support the government's priorities in enhancing capacity of critical commodities, agriculture, water harvesting, construction of industrial parks, and investment in the digital superhighway. And President William Ruto has called on African countries to remove border barriers in order to unite for prosperity. Speaking during the launch of the IOM report on the status of migration in the East Africa and Horn of Africa, President Ruto said the African continent must remove barriers that prevent equality among people, services and goods for Africans. He criticized how the borders of different countries hinder development despite being established by colonialists.
We must not give credibility or credence to the artificial boundaries that exist in our region, a product of a conference in Berlin that had nothing to do with us, that partitioned our continent and allocated us boundaries that have since become roadblocks and impediments and barriers to the movement of people, goods.
And 46 suspects were arrested Tuesday in connection with robberies, arson and malicious damage of property after day-long Azimio-led anti-government protest. Interior Cabinet Secretary Kithure Kindiki said 14 of the suspects were apprehended within Nairobi, while 32 were arrested in different parts of the Nyanza region, many of them in Kisumu. Kindiki said that all suspects will be arraigned in court today. The Interior CS warned that no more violent protests shall be allowed anywhere in Kenya, noting that chaos witnessed during the protest is a threat to national security. These, as Azimio say, they are not responsible for the violent incidences that saw PSV and trailer set ablaze. Now Kenya's Martha Karua says those opposing the demonstrations are busy hiring goons to destroy public property.
It's youths from Central Kenya who are being used to fight other Kenyan communities. It is youths from Central Kenya who are used to invade Northland Farm at the beginning of our protests. And these are the ones who were used to invade Jubilee headquarters recently. They are the ones being told to attack homes of their leaders. And they are the ones who have been used today to attack people and property in different parts of Nairobi.
She further said that the opposition leader Raila Odinga, among other coalition leaders, had their security detail withdrawn.
Last night, Azimio leaders, including Prime Minister and our leader, the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, and former Vice President, Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka, had their security withdrawn. This is significant because those two offices are guaranteed security by an act of Parliament. So this is illegal, and all members of Parliament from Azimio who actively support this cause had also their security withdrawn.
Now, the Cabinet Secretary in charge of Tourism, Wildlife and National Heritage, Penina Malonza, has announced plans by the government to translocate rhinos in selected wildlife conservancies. Speaking at the Lewa Wildlife Conservancy when she led a team of top ministry officials during a familiarization tour, CS Malonza lauded the organization for complementing the work done by the government through the Kenya Wildlife Services to protect wildlife. She noted that the ministry will soon begin translocating rhinos to the conservancies, but under strict directives that the respective conservancy management must ensure that they do everything possible to protect and grow the population of the endangered animals so that they will be moved even further to more conservancies in the future. Now, the remains of an Australian man who went missing on a fishing trip in crocodile-infested waters have been found inside one of the reptiles. The 65-year-old victim, named in Australian media as Kevin Damodi, had gone fishing Saturday in far north Queensland with a group of locals who showed away a crocodile so they could start fishing. Witnesses heard him yell, scream very loudly, followed by a large splashing of water. This is according to Police Inspector Mark Henderson. This is Newswire. Dennis Aseto, good morning.
102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
It's heavy on the Thika Superhighway this morning. Traffic's coming into the city hot. We're also looking at heavy coming off of Kiambu Road, and we're looking at Limuru Road also doing the same thing. Where is this? It's Gong Road, trying to get into the city. A bit of a sprinkle here and there, so things are going to slow down considerably as well. James Gishoro pretty busy getting towards Wayaki Way, and we're looking at traffic on Langata Road also having built up just a little bit here and there. Lunga Lunga is busy. Everybody's touching on Outer Ring and North Airport Road, heading out towards Outer Ring. There's non-stop bumper-to-bumper heavy traffic all the way through to the Eastern Bypass. That's coming off North Airport Road past Cabanas, and then some spillover towards Outer Ring. We're in traffic hour proper at a few minutes after 8 o'clock. Let's see what happens, but it's a busy Wednesday morning. The rains are coming down, so please be careful. Let us know what's going on where you are, and then let's talk on Spice FMKE on Twitter.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
It is indeed. On the third day of May 2023, welcome to the third hour of the conversation. We're still live on Spice FM, KTN Home, and live streaming on YouTube and Facebook, Spice FM KE. We like all the comments that come in on our social media handles, and you can keep tagging us. Even on Instagram and TikTok, we are Spice FM everywhere. You'll find us. You'll also find us in Vipingo. If you land at Vipingo region, then cross over, go to Vipingo Development by Centum Real Estate, you will find us there as well, because we broadcast even in Malindi. Now, if you go there and you buy a house and you start saying hello to your neighbors, you'll actually love it there, because it's a very good community that's coming up. 500 houses already built and occupied. Phase 2 of the Vipingo development is coming up, and from as low as 1.98 million shillings, you can own an apartment at Vipingo development by Centum Real Estate. All you need to do is get more information from them, and they'll tell you put up a down payment of 198,000 shillings. That's 10%. And then from that point on, you go on to the journey of owning a home. 0740 400 215, 0740 400 215 is the number to call. Or you can send them a text, SMS the word Vipingo to 22365. Now, for the next 52 minutes, let's talk about the server. Open the server. What is this server? We hear Raila calls it iyo nyungu. Fungue nyungu tuone. We were told by the Senate Minority Leader Stuart Madzayo kuna vyumba humo ndani. Kuna za chumba kimoja humo ndani, nataka wafungue hicho chumba humo ndani tujue nini kilichomo humo ndani. Now, people who understand the chumba and the chungu are here. One of them is George Njoroge. He's the CEO of the East Africa Data Handlers. He was working closely with the Azimio campaign in the last election. He was also their technical advisor in the Supreme Court proceedings. True?
Yes, it is.
Yes, that's very true.
It's like you make it sound like it's an accusation.
Actually, no. That's not what he's doing. He's making it sound like a crime.
He is the man who withheld the server. John Walubengo is an ICT expert as well. He wears many hats, including being a lecturer of ICT at the Multimedia University. He has also worked in presidential campaigns before, and he was not in this particular one. You were not in the Supreme Court this time.
I was there with a
But yes, you were wearing a different hat.
Yes.
He was wearing a hat called Amicus.
Yes.
Amicus Curiae, friend of the court.
Yes, I've never understood what that means.
Friend of the court.
Are there people who are unfriendly to the court? And do they have a term?
People who offer bad advice to the
No,
court.
we offer good advice to the judges.
Yeah, they're the court posse.
Yeah.
Just,
They
you know,
bounce
hanging
ideas
out.
on us because they're not technical people. So
Sasa mnalipwa na nani?
hakuna kulipwa, it's just free
Out
service.
of your heart.
So one of these things, the way unalipa mbinguni.
Kabisa.
From the goodness of your
heart. The day comes, you find hakuna mbinguni.
You'll be very shocked.
Because you're
Surely. Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Thank you so much.
City has the day's proverb.
Yes, our proverbs the whole of this week, ending day after tomorrow, are from the country of Togo, whose capital is Lome. Okay. Dirty water cannot be washed.
Dirty water cannot be washed.
I like.
You like?
Yes, good.
What's your interpretation of that proverb, George?
Maybe the badness in some people cannot be taken out.
Oh,
It's permanent.
Resident evil. If you have inherent evil, it stays with you.
Oh, yes.
Evil to the core.
Meaning there are people who come with it in the hard drive.
Oh, yes.
I talk.
I told you.
Walu, how about you?
I think I agree with Njoroge. I mean, water is used to wash, clean up stuff. So if the cleansing agent is dirty, then you're completely cooked.
You're doomed.
Yeah.
So that's why we come in now with a giggle. Garbage in, garbage out.
Yes.
It will not be washed by anything in the intermediate. Higher. Server. Let's first of all understand what is the server. You both were there. You both were told by the Supreme Court it's okay. You can walk all the way to IEBC offices. You spent some time there. You came back. He gave some advisory report to the judges of the Supreme Court. You give advice to the petitioners. What's the server, George?
I think, thank you for having me, Kwanza. I think very, very excited about this conversation because I think it creates a whole picture of exactly what is there. So what is this server? Largely, it is a place where we believe that information or data in regards to the past election would have been stored. So these would be either the electronic identification of the user, of the voters, or the transmitted information about the last election. So essentially, that is what is being agitated upon to be looked up at again. Yes.
Okay. So it's where the voter details are contained.
Yes.
And this is what then was being used to identify the voters as they got to the polling station.
True.
And it's where results were sent to.
The transmitted data.
Okay.
Yes. So
in the central bank, vote.
Yes. Nikuro imelala hapo.
All right. So are we talking about results and numbers, or are we talking about, because I really, really want to understand what is here. I think what that will do is then it will help us to understand the reasons for the insistence of its opening.
Okay.
Right? So what else is here? Is every activity that a voter engages in then, that of the activities that have been electronically captured, do those then reside in this server? Can you then get footprints and say, Eric Latif voted on the 9th of August, seems so long ago, on the 9th of August, and fingerprint we can see. He then voted 1, 2, 3. This is whom he voted for across 6. Can we see all of that?
No, that we will not find. So we will largely find the confirmation that Eric did vote, not for who.
Okay.
Where, when, what time.
Where, what time, and how he was identified, either via biometrics or his data could not be found, so essentially had to be sought for manually.
Now, that manual seeking, is it then also that it has been manually sought and found? Is that also found in the server?
There was a separate report, I think, that was supposed to be transmitted in regards to the particular voters that had been identified, notwithstanding lacking on the digital database.
Okay.
Yes.
So now, Eric and all the other 17 million people who voted, this information that you speak of, in essence, all of it should be
somewhere. Yes.
No. On the server?
On the server, yes.
Okay. They should all be on the server.
We were not many. We were only 12 million.
Okay. Let's say 12 million. Okay. Eric and the other 11,999,999. This collective information.
Yes.
Then, even as we speak now, is on that server.
Yes.
Okay.
So largely what you'll find is that the transmission you'll find two sets of data, largely in those. The actual data, which is the identification of the voter and who was identified, and the log data. So these would be sort of time tracks. So what time this happened. So those timestamps are critical to try and identify specific detail that you'd like to attribute to a particular action.
Okay.
That's exactly what would be relevant in this particular situation.
Okay.
I have another question.
Please ask.
You guys will have to bear with me. Ask. Okay. Now, who is the security guard of the server? Like now, all this information is there. Who is allowed to go in, or who goes in, arranges it, or does it just find its way there and then it fits in a particular box so that when you open the door, you see it there? Or is there somebody who arranges everything?
I like that you simplified it. Yes. So essentially, at the design stage of the systems, you'll find that data will be captured and stored in different store points. So which will be databases, but simple units, simple containments that will contain that data.
Okay.
So if it's user data, will be contained in a particular area. If it's actual log activity, will be contained in a different location. So all these containments will be independently stored.
Okay.
Who stores it or who makes it? The general presumption, which is true, is that IBC would be the one in charge of this particular data as we speak today, and will be the custodian of this information from now until as and when is demanded of them.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
On the result side, Walu, what is in the data or in this server?
Yeah, I think we're both techies with Njoroge, but I have a slightly different analogy. I know at the risk of confusing the listeners, but I don't want to imagine that the IBC setup is similar to a central bank. I would wish a closer analogy would be more about KCPE results. Our kids sit exams, manually.
Yeah.
The scripts are marked manually. The score is given manually.
Okay.
But then when the minister declares that the results are available, parents start sending messages to a server, usually with the help of Safaricom or Airtel. So you send an SMS and your son's results come back. Now, if you find your kid has a D in English and you expected an A,
do you send back the results?
Do you blame Safaricom or Airtel? Or would you rather go to the primary school and find out, these digital results I got, are they the same one the headmaster is giving me?
Okay.
Or somebody has messed them up?
Is it possible?
Yeah.
So now, this IT stuff sometimes can,
confuse.
jiggle a girl's brain. Is it possible that in the server, that somebody could have gone and tinkered about
those results
with those results, so that actually my son got an A?
Yes.
But now, server is giving him a D.
Absolutely.
Okay.
It is very possible.
So I'm happy. At least John agrees on that basis.
Yes, I totally agree. It is possible. But the beauty with this is that it's very easy to flag that out.
How?
I go back to the primary school and ask the headmaster to give me the physical results. If the physical results of the headmaster show that I have an A, and the ones from Safaricom or from the digital show that I have a D, of course the headmaster results are more authentic, the manual results. And in the event the headmaster's results are still aligned with the D that I'm suspecting is wrong, I still have another option. I can ask for a remark. Absolutely. I can open the ballot box and just count. I can ask for that my Sanskrit be remarks. remarked, because I don't believe he should get a D. So there's a possibility you can cheat at the server, but it's very easy to flag that out at the source. That's why the Maina Kiai case talked about the results are at the polling station.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, one of the biggest challenges that we've been facing, and which we must admit, is that we have a complexity of data that is quite huge. We had 56,000 polling stations.
Yeah.
I mean, the amount of data coming in is humongous. You know, there's a book written by a gentleman called Clay Christensen, and he says God is not a man who averages everything, because for us to be able to understand complex numbers, we must be able to average everything. We only say our budget's 2 point something trillion. We can't seem to say the actual figure to the last digit, because that's the nature of man. He cannot be able to articulate complexity in its own nature. 56,000 polling station data points for any given system is quite a complex system. And as much as we would want to discredit the fact that there can be errors, there has to be an allocation of the plausibility that there are serious misgivings that do not necessarily need to be hidden away. Second thing that I must say is that owing to the fact that this process is very complex, and the fact that the verification and the Supreme Court process is cast at within a given timeline, why can't we then allow, without prejudice, the process post-Supreme, post-formation of government, to be there to be a sort of a post-audit, where we are saying, let's audit, let's do the math again, let's articulate issues, so that next time we will be able to fix the problem where it is, without, and I said honestly from the onset, without prejudice, so that we are not saying we are casting aspersions on the government as is, but we want to audit this process for purpose of
improvement.
Okay. We can't just shut the door and say, you go away, you come back after 5 years.
That makes a lot of sense. But then, is it about the server or is it about the system? Because you see, the conversation that we hear politically is open the server.
True.
And it seems to be only centered on open the server, not let's audit the election, the conduct of the election. The months prior to the election, from the moment IEBC said, we declare the 9th of August 2022 as the date for the general election. From that point on, all the way to the point where they declared the final result, all the way up to the Supreme Court and thereafter. Are we saying we're auditing all that, or are we saying open the server, then now it can lead us?
Eric, can I ask a question? Even as I add it to yours. When you talk about server, is it just one server?
Okay, at the face of it, it's one. At the face of it. I'm just trying and make it.
The reason why I'm asking,
yes,
when you say it's a complex process, and there is a transmission of results, is that the only thing that we transmit? Is that the only thing that we capture? What else do we capture with this particular process?
Maybe I can chip in there. Yeah, there are several servers actually. As Eric was saying, it's a process. Before you vote, maybe a year before election, you are onboarded as a voter. So your fingerprints,
and all that went to a server.
All that went to a registration server, which is quite separate from a results server.
Transmission server.
Which will kick in on election night. Yeah. So there are multiple servers. I think probably 7 of them. But the key ones...
Forget the key.
All 7.
Walk us through these servers that we know. When you said registration, okay, next.
So the first server, the key one actually, that IBC in the interim 5 years has to maintain is our registration data sets, the voter data.
Fine.
Yeah, so that's one server. Then the election day, before you vote, you put your fingerprints in some gadget called KimSkit that identifies you. Basically cross-checks your fingerprint with what you registered with 6 months ago, and it says, wow, this is Walu, give him a ballot. Then he votes. And after I vote, when the polling station closes, people count the votes manually, the ballots, And then the same, KimSkit scans the famous Form 34A. Yeah. And sends it to another server.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's 4 to go.
Yeah.
There's also, you'll have a server which is called an MDM server, a mobile device management server, which will manage the entire of these devices. So remember, you have 56,000 KimSkit.
Yeah.
So they need to be managed somewhere centrally.
Yes.
So that they can be talking to a particular server. So that's an MDM server. You'll have now the results transmission system that will now receive the results after the transmission, the elections has closed. After that, now you'll have they may necessarily maybe have a backup server where some of the data are stored. They have a log server which stores logs, transactional data, which is quite significant on their end. So these would be the major servers that they would have. Then all these would be essentially, to make it easy for operation, they normally have blade servers or small hyper processing machines. Then at the back of it, they have storages where all the data is stored, and you're able to call the particular data you want to pick up and articulate.
There was another one, the application server. This is where the software sits. I remember during
What is software?
The program that allows you to register. It's more like Uber. When you're ordering an online taxi, you order it through the program, the software, the application. Yeah.
What makes the ordering possible is what you're calling the program.
Yes. So that sits on its own server. And I remember there was an issue during the Supreme Court where the supplier was saying, don't touch the application server because it has intellectual property,
We'll come into that. What happens at the Supreme Court. Let me take you to the 9th of August. I went to Athi River Technical Training Institute. Okay? That's where I vote. Where Kavidole, I did that. I was identified. Okay. Then produced my ID, I was identified, and all those things happened. Then I was given the 6 ballots.
True.
I went into the caboose. Long one with the MCAs. Looked for my person, Becca. Went to the next one, MP, woman rep, senator, governor. President.
Yes.
After that, color-coded ballot boxes, fold, put,
drop.
fold, drop, fold, drop. I left the polling station. Okay? Now, as I understand it, that evening, because I stayed there until I saw now they've started closing the polling stations. When the polling stations were closed, there was a whole process of, everything is open with everybody present, the agents present, and media present. Open, pour these things down here on the table. We have opened one ballot. The first one to be done so is the presidential.
Always, yeah.
They poured it, they opened. They first of all were checking which one has been marked incorrectly and such to identify them. Yeah. After they did all that, then they start going into, now we put, this one is Ruto here, Raila there, Wajakoya there, Waihiga there. Hivo. 4. And then after that they come, now this pile of Rutos, let's count, 1, 2, 3, 4, finished. That pile of Railas, count, finished. Wajakoya, like that.
Yeah.
And then they said, so we have, in this particular classroom, which is the polling station,
yeah,
this is the vote for Ruto, for Raila, for Wajakoya, for Wahiga Mwaura.
Sure.
Right?
Yes.
This is what was entered into the Form 34A.
Absolutely.
And with the concurrence of everybody present, they signed as witness. And then the presiding officer, who's the boss of that station, then is the one who okays it.
Yeah.
That gadget that identified me was used to scan. And it sent this thing now to
the server. Results server, yeah.
Yes? After that, they continued counting, but then this Form 34A had to be taken manually to the constituency, Mavoko constituency tallying center.
Yes.
Plus all the others. They arrived there. The A's were collated.
They formed a B.
They formed a B.
Yes.
Was this B also sent to the server?
Yes, it was.
Higher. Minor Kiai says the B is the presidential election result.
Not the A?
No,
It's the A. Form
The A
34A.
is the final result.
Yes.
The B is
A
the
summary.
presidential election takes place in 290 constituencies, blah, blah, blah. All right. No.
Mhm.
The returning officer, who is the boss of the constituency,
takes it to the national tally.
then leaves physically with a form going to Bomas.
Mm.
Right? In the meantime, the A and the B have been sent in advance to the server.
Scanned copies, yeah.
Scanned copies have gone to the server.
Yes.
Now, the thing is, at Bomas, and you were there at Bomas, what was it that the commissioners were using to say the result that we have from constituency, this and the other? Were they using the soft copy that they had received, or were they using the physical copy that had arrived?
So they would use the digital copy. Then after the receiving of the physical copies, they would authenticate that and
Cross-check, yeah.
cross-check against what has been received, and then reaffirm that this data is authentic. So you tick it.
So we can then announce that in Mavoko constituency, this is the presidential result.
Yes.
And that's what we're doing
Yes.
throughout those days. It's after they have received the physical
yeah.
B and taken it through the authentication process that they would do that.
Essentially, that was the assumption. You see, what comes out, and which would became obvious over time, is that there was always the concern at the people on the ground is that, are we having to re-authenticate, or are we being forced just to accept what is declared without necessarily having to go back and re-authenticate the original data? Number two, it is a question of if there were serious discrepancies with what was posted online, was there a plausibility of either the commissioners or the team on the ground to essentially spell out and say, guys, we have seen what was scanned is this one.
What has arrived?
What has arrived is this one. Where is the discrepancy? And we largely should not have expected any errors or any Jose Camargo names on scanned in part of the documentation to ensure that the process is clear and clean through and through. But when there are such discrepancies and you try and attempt to have the same corrected and it is ignored, I think that is where the agitation has come from.
Okay.
Yes.
So did this happen at Bomas through those days, from the 10th of August until that Monday, when there was commotion? Were there instances, because you were present at Bomas, were there instances where you saw that what they had received earlier and what this human being who has come from the constituency has brought are different?
I may not pick up particular instances because you'll find that at Bomas, then what they would have is that you'd technically go there as spectators, because at the pit, which is down there, you'll find that now you'll have to pre-select agents who will go and sit in the different pre-selected constituency tables to go and do the verification tables within those particular constituency tables. So unless a particular issue has arisen at that point in time, at that particular constituency table, that's when our issues would escalate. But essentially, you'd expect everything would be resolved at the constituency table.
You were not sitting at that table.
No. I mean,
none of you were sitting at that table.
No, I didn't make it to Bomas, though I had the pass.
You had the accreditation. Okay. Then let's now talk about what happened thereafter and what is it that could be revealed by opening the server. Okay? Let's take a break. Come back shortly with that. 24 minutes to 9. We are talking IT this morning. The server gentlemen are here with us in the studio. George Njoroge is the CEO of the East Africa Data Handlers. He was working closely with the Azimio campaign, presidential campaign. He has not only worked with this particular 2022 election, he had also worked in the 2017 presidential election. He participated in the Supreme Court in 2017, in 2022. John Olubengo participated in that 2017, and in 2022, he was there as friend of the court. They both understand what this server is all about, and that's what we want to understand as well this morning. We'll be back shortly. Let's take a look at the weather and traffic.
This is the Situation Room The only way to start your day.
Yolanda Mulwa, DJ Absolute. When the gang is together.
Got the sugar, got the spice.
Yorada,
Yes.
I have missed you like hot hamburgers. Eh?
Like hot hamburger.
You know, bad boys give more money than you can count.
Hey, bad boys get more money than you can count. If it's fun, it's funky, it's fresh, you're definitely going to catch it here. I don't know what you do every day from 11 a.m. to 3 o'clock, but if I were you, I'd tune in to
Sugar and Spice only on 94.4.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi at 17, highs of 21. We'll see highs of 24 in a sunny Nakuru and partly sunny at 17 in Nyeri. 16 and sunny in Eldoret, and at 26, it's sunny in Mombasa. 27 and sunny in Malindi. At 20, Kisumu is sunny and partly sunny at 18 in Kakamega. At 19, sunny conditions in Kampala. And at 25, the sun is up in Dar es Salaam. It'll go to highs of 24 in Johannesburg and 32 in Lagos. Kinshasa is sunny at 23 and it'll go to highs of 32.
Spice up your life.
Okay, so we're still looking at heavy traffic on the Northern Bypass, and it's quite a foggy morning on the Northern Bypass as well. Folks are describing Bunyala Road as a horror movie. My goodness. That means traffic inbound and outbound is quite a mess right about now. It's heavy coming off many, many parts of the city today. And wow, North Airport Road going out towards the Eastern Bypass is bumper to bumper and some more. So it's likely that today will be the mother of all traffic jams this morning. It doesn't help that there's a bit of a drizzle in certain parts of the city either. What's going on where you are, folks? You want to talk to us? Do it on Spice FM KE on Twitter.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
John Walubengo, ICT experts. What do we expect to find should the servers be opened? Now let's go to the Supreme Court. Matters were taken to the Supreme Court. We need to audit these results. In some cases, as Emilio said, let's open some select ballot boxes and recount. That happened. Then there was an application to let's open the server.
Yes.
Please tell us, both of you, what was the application before court? Let's open the server. What exactly did you ask the court?
Well, the ask was to audit the results transmission system and get to look at two aspects: the actual data which was received and the logs provided by the system. And the Supreme Court was gracious enough to grant those particular orders.
Both,
yes.
Okay.
And at the time we were allowed, I did deploy a team, I think of 8 engineers or so that were at the IBC to do the authentication of the servers. It was a very rigorous task. I think we really struggled to agree on the way forward.
What is this authentication? What is it that you do that qualifies as being authentication?
Well, at the point or at the time, we wanted to see every activity done on the system will be logged. If you open a door, it says the door has been opened. Whatever you do, as long as you have the authority to open the door, somewhere in the back of things, the system logs that you have opened the door. If you close a particular file, the system logs that you have closed or
so
opened.
You know who opened it or who closed it?
You know who opened and who closed it. So there is what you call traceability of every activity being done by users. So essentially what we were looking to do at the time is have a clear traceability of all the users that logged in on the system, who logged, the time, what activities they carried out, and essentially look at the particular file they attempted or they did work on at the time.
Okay.
And even when we opened, because the Supreme Court now allowed for that to happen, the same was found. There was a login of the different users that you saw being discussed at the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
Their log activity was clearly seen.
Yeah.
The files and the particular folders and areas they accessed on the system was particularly seen.
Okay.
That in itself is not in doubt. What is in doubt is the interpretation of their actions.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I know John. I've known John for nearly 20 years or so.
Yeah.
We wrote the ICT policy with John.
205.
205.
Mm-hmm.
So I've known him in the industry, and I wouldn't call him a fly by night. So I've known his expertise and all that. So the issue here is a question of interpretation of exactly what this particular action means. When a user is logging in at midnight on the day of the election, what does that mean?
Is there a specific time that is set out for logging in so that if he logs in at midnight, he's going against the laid down rules?
or logging in at all? And so that's the thing. According to this language that we're hearing, there's a lot of things that could be supposed or inferred.
Yes.
And this is why one of my first questions was, who is allowed to go in and what are they allowed to do after this data and information has been put or sent to the server?
I think
should there be any subsequent activity? Should there be?
There's a standing tradition within the Kikuyu community. Once your daughter gets married, largely the father of the daughter is not allowed into her home. Largely, so he's not expected to sleep there, or at least come visiting. Even if he does come visiting, he's not allowed to
be so free.
To be so free in her house.
Yeah.
So it's agreed. When you procure a technology and the father-in-law hands you over the daughter, who is the technology here? Is the father-in-law allowed in the bedroom? So why are the providers of the system logging in at midnight?
Which is why I'm asking. That's a custom. And so in this space where we are operating, is it the custom of the system that once this data for everything has been collected, is it the custom that we're not touching this thing again?
So, John, maybe explain that.
Yeah.
Is a provider essentially expected to come and manage the system post commissioning?
Ideally not. And I think that was the dispute. No, the dispute in court that was being adjudicated. And the Azimio party was convinced that the provider was on the system post-election time. Yeah. But
was he?
The scrutiny report says he wasn't.
No, you see,
but
what
the
happens?
Azimio report says he was. But
What the Supreme Court team did, which is quite unfortunate, and I think that's why the opening of the server is critical, is that all the logs that were captured, so we did screen grabs. Screen grabs is like screenshots. All the screen grabs we did almost, say, about 100 screen grabs. They only provided to the judges 10. So where are the rest of the 90? And the email shared to all the providers who are there. So what we did is that we all agreed, this is what we're going to do. We're here. We're going to take this photo. And we agreed. We all agreed, yes.
You also agreed.
Unfortunately, I wasn't on site.
This is really unfortunate.
As amicus curiae, we requested to be on site, but in their own wisdom, they thought we shouldn't be there.
Okay.
However,
who thought?
The judges.
The judges.
But you see,
they didn't grant us access.
So the screen grabs were done.
Okay.
Captured 100 images.
Okay.
Emailed to everybody, including the amicus curiae. 100 images. They only go and provide a report with 10 images.
There's no threshold here. If you take screenshots of 100, they should provide 100.
Why we took 100 is because we are taking different angles. So if we took a photo, for instance, here, we'll take one when we are seated, one when we are standing, one when we are almost kneeling down. So if you decide to pick the one that we were seated, and you say this gentleman doesn't walk, who will believe he doesn't walk? Because he's seated down. Or he can't stand.
You see, George, your team also signed the scrutiny report with those few
No. The scrutiny report was not signed. What we signed was the provision, the fact that the images have been provided. And this is what they have been using.
You were signing off on having provided 100 images.
Yes, we received, and this is what they have been doing.
But it was interpreted
They always pick my name on me signing and saying, we have received these 100 images as an affirmation, because it was emailed to everybody, copied. That, if you look at that email, it's copied to almost 100 people.
Okay.
And we signed off on that. But what we never signed off is a scrutiny report given by the Supreme Court.
By their techies.
By John and team, which technically was presented 5 minutes to the standing of the legal team of Azimio. 5-2. The gentleman is supposed to stand. That's when the scrutiny report is being dished out. And at that point, you realize...
And where's the problem there?
Just a correction,
You
George.
had 10...
we were not signing anything.
And you did not prepare the report?
Yeah, and we were not even on site. But we got a copy of the scrutiny report, and we were aware of what is happening.
Okay.
And basically our understanding is that IBC allowed them access on the results server. They reviewed the issues there. They didn't quite find Kamago, so they wanted the search to go beyond the results server and start going into other servers. And then IBC resisted and said you have to go back to Judge Lenaola to grant you fresh access to go to other servers, which was denied.
You see, the challenge that we have normally, all those things were captured. So one angle is a capturing of a multitude of images, and someone decides to use half of what best suits them. That's okay. The second thing is a question of interpretation of the court order. And technically what happens is that if somebody decides to interpret it this way or that...
What were your prayers so that you can understand the interpretation?
The prayers were... what the key word here was supervised access.
Okay.
The servers?
Yes.
Servers
one server?
Or one server?
Servers. They said servers.
It was servers with an
it
S
was a
plural.
Yes. So what they did is they will tell John, you sit on the machine, you project it there, you tell me what you want me to do.
Okay.
Now, is that supervised access or is that presentation?
But you're the one who's guiding what you want. So basically it sounds like you're the one who's controlling what you access.
That is good. Now, the second thing they do is that they send you a rookie. So when you tell them do X...
Who sent the rookie?
The IBC.
IBC sent a rookie?
Yes. So when you tell them... Remember, this is a unique server, is it?
When you tell them do X, they don't do X.
They don't know how to
They don't know how to do
X.
So by the time you explain, or put a slash here, put a comma here, these are commands you have to make them execute. So when they're executing them half-heartedly or without the understanding of what is required, I mean, at the end of the day, what will happen? An exercise that should take 5 minutes ends up taking 30.
Okay.
So what will that do essentially to you?
You will never actually get through all the things you wanted to do. That's for sure.
Yes.
But
somehow in the process, we managed to get the rookie to share or capture particular images we want or we wanted.
Were they people who were better technically able than this person who was sent to you?
I mean,
within IBC?
For the system to have been set up, you'd presume they had the personnel, but they didn't send the right personnel.
Where do you read mischief? Saying this, let's start with this 100 that you did a screen grab of and the 10 that ended up in the report. Are you saying that there was a huge difference, that these 10 were carefully selected to miss out on some critical details?
Yes.
That were in their 90?
That's it. And that's exactly, and you see, remember...
And what is this detail that was in the 90?
Okay, so what is in the 90, you'll find logging times, the users who logged in, the files they accessed, the date and time they particularly accessed particular folders. Okay. Essentially, that's it.
And what does that mean?
That
from your interpretation of the 90.
I mean, it was clear and obvious. Is that number one, is that you had foreign nationals having access to systems. You had users who had no identification. So you'll find that user 0001 connecting to the system. And these are not mischievous allegation. It is clear and it is open. I mean, the email that you'll find is the material provided is still there. You'll find that the time they have logged in is at the time of the election, post the activities of the election, and after. Then you'll find also there is some dump of data. At one point, you have 11,000 data sets coming in at the same time, which is quite strange.
Is it unusual?
It is very unusual.
How should they come in?
I mean, you cannot, if all of us were to do, and there's this show I watch called, what is it called? Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? And part of the exercise is testing people on a particular question, and then they answer. The one who answers first is the one who will go in. If we were to do a poll here and we were to answer our questions through an SMS, we can't all send our text at the same nanosecond. It is impossible. Even if we all knew the answer.
So what you're saying is that wherever the results are being transmitted from,
they all come from one place.
Yes, it can't be all of them sending at the same time.
So they are zip filed.
So right now it's 851.30. How can everything come in at this point? From 10,000
Is there a place where these results collate and maybe they got stuck there? So at the time, I'm just asking as a layman, so that the time they were being released, they were all released at the same time.
That was the argument we put across.
Maybe just to throw the spanner in the work, let's assume that indeed Kamago was there and he changed figures. And
Can you stop for a second?
Yes.
You can't know it's Kamago, the person. You identify Kamago, the person,
through the system.
Through the system and also through
the login details.
The login details.
So there's password in this place.
Yes.
Eco password.
Eco.
So somebody identifying as Kamago.
Yes, logged in.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it may not have been Kamago. But
Yes,
it may
true. His people.
So maybe somebody who had his details.
Absolutely.
Okay, carry on.
I'm assuming the results on the server were compromised.
Okay.
But remember at the beginning I talked about the primary school
PCP
results. So somebody has messed on the digital level. The quickest and fastest way to flag that out is to just go back to the primary school, such that whatever he did at a digital level can easily be nullified at the primary school level. Yeah, because we're spending a lot of time arguing whether somebody sneaked into the server or not, but the big question is, assume they sneaked and reduced Raila's votes and gave them to Ruto. Isn't it easy to just go back to the primary level?
It's actually not easy. It is
Why
possible,
not?
but it's not easy. To go and count all those...
No. You have to specifically say this particular record is the one that was changed.
Actually,
because you're talking about student A.
Yes.
If
So you
student
focus on student A results.
Actually, that is where I as a layman have a problem. Why are you determining what I should check and what I shouldn't check?
That's the argument. Yes.
Why are you telling me that I must only check
because
this?
you've raised the issue. You have talked about out of the 1 million KCPE candidates.
Yes.
Your sons is the
issue
problem.
about your son's results.
Yes, exactly.
So why do you want to check all the 900
Actually,
plus?
I'm not going to check the 900. I'm going to cancel that analogy that you've given and introduce a new one. Because it isn't my son. It is the entire class.
Yes.
That has fake
That has problems.
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
No, but in this...
And
okay,
you're,
so
and
in
you're
this
telling me to
particular case,
use my son's results as the example, and I'm saying no.
So, one class.
Yes.
Right? One class in your son's school.
Yes.
There are 40 of them.
Yes.
So check the 40.
Actually,
you don't have to check the 1 million.
Eric, it gets worse. It's not only my son's school and his class.
It's your
there are other
neighbors.
schools
Yes,
also,
yes.
not even my neighboring schools. There are other schools elsewhere who are having the same problem.
But
you're telling me to only check my sons, and I'm telling you,
no.
this problem is bigger.
No, City. George has talked about 11,000.
No, by the way,
11,000 children, KCPE, out of 46,000 children.
11 are suspects.
Whose results are in the server. The 11,000 go to the
primary
school.
Okay.
Eric, that analogy works so long as you're sticking with George's example. Me, I moved from there. I'm simply saying I moved from there. So that is not the premise from which I'm having this discussion. This one school, 17, my son, and D and A. No, forget that one. You are actually asking us to go back and count the ballots.
Yes.
The specific one that you have an issue with.
You see, if you look at this argument,
that thing happened within 2 hours countrywide.
If you look at this argument, the US is a 2000 election, Bush v. Gore.
Yeah.
That argument has stuck on because the belief is, as we speak today, the Supreme Court blocked the reauthentication of results.
Yes, they did.
Okay.
And essentially, that's exactly what we are saying. Even if we are saying there's a government in place, everything is running, open these servers for the sake of prosperity, for the sake of authentication, and for the sake of saying we were right from the onset.
Okay. Can we go further than this? Sorry, just a bit. Can we go further than this and say, open the server, look at all the 46,000 that came in, look at all the 290 that came in, look.
Yes.
Go to Kasarani, open the 46 ballot boxes, and count.
Yes.
Now, start with, where do you want us to flag? Florida. So choose your Florida, and we'll start counting from Florida, going towards the other areas. So why is your Florida in this particular case?
You see, me, I'm a techie, so I'll always go for the server.
From what you saw, what was the Florida? This 11,000.
I think those 11,000. You may not pick the particular polling station they came from, but it's trying to analyze on the system, how did you get 11,000 data points coming in? Second question has been put across, which has been a great argument. How do we change from JPG to
PDF? To PDF.
You're back there. Save us.
But you know what this man of the servers goes, I mean, it's all systems go. There's nothing that cannot be scrutinized or talked about, because so long as it pertains to the election, it's fair game. You know, you can discuss.
I want us to take a photo here and you email
and convert
it
to JPEG.
To JPEG.
From JPEG to PDF.
But Eric, let me just say this.
I have an app here, George. It's called
PDF
scanner. Yes, mobile scanner. I'll take a photo of this page and send it to you as PDF.
If you look at the election
Ndu had a question.
Sorry.
So I think that's the thing, that what would it take to open the server?
Yeah.
What would it take?
And that's what I wanted to go into. I mean, it's the servers belong to us. We taxpayers' money.
Sure.
We should be able to open them
so
if we want to. The issue is the process. I mean, you don't just walk in and tell IBC, I'm a voter, open the server. There has to be a process.
Tell us the process, please, so that we understand
So
it.
there are different ways. Number one is the petition process. So you launch a petition at the Supreme Court, and then the Supreme Court gives the order to open the server.
Supreme Court?
Yes, that's what happened in August last year. That's one option. The other option is in Kenya we have something called Access to Information Act of 2016. This act provides that any taxpayer can ask for information that is in the hands of the state.
Yes.
Yeah. So you request to the is it called the ombudsman?
The ombudsman.
Yeah.
Yes.
The ombudsman. You tell him, listen, I have certain issues with that I need clarification on. So you file your request with their office, and then they will give you access to the information you seek.
They will.
They should. The law anticipates that they should respect your request or give reasons why they're not respecting your request. But the way our political class is behaving, it's like they want to go to IBC with their own techies, including George, and open the server, do the analysis, and declare that Kamago was found here. So they want to be the judge, the jury, and the prosecutor. That's a bit dangerous.
I think what John is saying
coming to the top of the hour
is we essentially have the right, as he speaks, to post election, just review the systems, look at the results.
And that's what we should establish.
Yes.
A proper framework in which after an election, every time after elections, then we can properly audit, learn the lessons, fix the problems, moving forward.
Without necessarily having to undo what was declared.
Without saying illegitimate or not.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, gentlemen. George Njoroge is the CEO of the East Africa Data Handlers. He was with the Azimio team at the Supreme Court. John Olubengo, OGW, is an ICT lecturer at the Multimedia University. He was a friend of the court in the Supreme Court petition. Keep it here for more. Good morning. It's 9 a.m.
The news at the top of the hour on Vibes Radio.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. President William Ruto will today hold talks with visiting Japanese Prime Minister Kishida Fumio at State House, Nairobi. Prime Minister Kishida arrived in the country yesterday and was received by Foreign Affairs Cabinet Secretary Alfred Mutua at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. The Japanese Prime Minister is on a 2-day state visit. The two leaders are expected to hold bilateral talks on further strengthening ties between Kenya and Japan, strengthen coordination on regional and international affairs, and promote African growth in business. Fumio is also set to meet with the Japanese business community, young volunteers and startups. This is President William Ruto has called on African countries to remove border barriers in order to unite for prosperity. Speaking during the launch of the IOM report on the status of migration in the East and Horn of Africa, President Ruto said the African continent must remove barriers that prevent equality among people, services and goods for Africans. He criticized how the borders of different countries hinder development despite being established by colonialists.
We must not give credibility or credence to the artificial boundaries that exist in our region, a product of a conference in Berlin that had nothing to do with us, that partitioned our continent and allocated us boundaries that have since become roadblocks and impediments and barriers to the movement of people, goods.
Crossing borders without restrictions, he added, will expand intra-African trade and services, thereby facilitating wealth creation. Now, 46 suspects were arrested in connection with robberies, arson and malicious damage of property after day-long Azimio-led anti-government protest. Interior Cabinet Secretary Kithure Kindiki said 14 of the suspects were apprehended within Nairobi, while 32 were arrested in different parts of the Nyanza region, many of them in Kisumu. Kindiki said that all suspects will be arraigned in court today. The TSC has warned that no more violent protest shall be allowed anywhere in Kenya, noting that chaos witnessed during the protest is a threat to national security. And a total of 7,281 petty offenders held in different correctional facilities countrywide have been released as of March 30th, 2023, according to Principal Secretary for Correctional Services Mary Muthoni Morioki. The move aimed at decongesting prison facilities in the country. She said the high occupancy rate also made it difficult to maintain the safety and security of both the inmates and the prison staff, resulting to increased risk of violence, disease outbreaks and mental health issues among inmates, which can further exacerbate the challenges faced by the prison system. The PS spoke during the touring of 76 prisons and 4 probation institutions with the objective of transforming correctional services. The State Department for Correctional Services has also submitted 6,547 sentence reviews reports to high courts, with 1,685 of the prisoners being released and placed under CSO program. Now, Somalia's army has said that it has killed 67 Al-Shabaab militants and seized large amounts of explosives in an operation in the north-central Madug region. Brigadier General Mohammed Tahil Bihi said that the military was acting on intelligence about movements of the Al-Shabaab group. Bihi said the operation in the Haradere district of central Madug region took place at around 1 a.m. when 120 jerrycans containing improvised explosive devices were offloaded from a boat and carried in a vehicle that was guided by 69 militants. B said Somalia's National Army fired rocket-propelled grenades at the vehicle and destroyed it. He said only 2 militants were captured alive. Somalia's army has been conducting joint offensives with local militias against the Islamist militants since last July as part of an all-out war against the group. In a town hall meeting Monday night, President Hassan Sheikh Mahmoud declared that Al-Shabaab would be eliminated by the end of the year. Mahmoud said the second phase of the operation would soon begin in Somalia's southwest state and in Jubaland region. Somalia is also depending on troops from Djibouti, Ethiopia and Kenya after the neighboring countries in January agreed to jointly launch military operations against Al-Shabaab strongholds. This is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Still traffic in many parts of the city this morning, still heavy on the Thika Superhighway. We're looking at the same thing on Landis into the city. Heavy traffic then joining at Kamkunji at the roundabout. Let's take a look at James Gishore spilling over to the Red Hill Link Road, Wayaki Way, also extremely busy, into Kileleshwa from Gong Road, out towards Lavington and all these other happy spots. There's a lot of traffic here this morning, so we're keeping an eye on things. Let us know what's going on where you are. We'll be out of traffic hours soon enough. Well, maybe not, because the heavens are opening in certain parts and, that slows down things quite some. Let's talk on Spice FM, KE on Twitter, and keep things moving this morning.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room.
All right, 7
the
after
only
9.
way to
Good
start
morning.
your day.
Welcome to the final hour of the Situation Room this morning. So, City, do you understand the server issue any better?
No. I don't. The only thing I know is that a lot more could have been done in terms of simply having a conversation that one could say, this is a different conversation or this is an open conversation. But any conversation that has to do with our elections comes from a predetermined background, meaning there is mistrust even before you have an election. There is mistrust even when you have an election. There is mistrust when the results are transmitted. And in my opinion, this comes from the chaotic party politics and the nominations that we have at the level of our party politics nominations, our elections, whatever they call it. Because there's so much chaos in all these parties that we have. So that by the time we get to the national level, people who participate in those processes already have a mindset that something is likely to go wrong. Because they claim in the party nomination election, something went wrong. And this is cyclical. Every electoral cycle, we see the same thing over. Yes. Yeah. So now we've entrenched it. It's considered a norm that something must go wrong with the elections.
Also, I think and you can see, if you sit back, you can see the thinking of the frame of our Constitution.
Yes.
Because it's in the Constitution. Those timelines are in the Constitution for an election.
Yeah.
The Constitution specifically says which day a general election shall be held.
Yes.
Second Tuesday of August on the 5th year. Right? Clear. And then it says the results must be in within 7 days after that. Clearly stipulating. And you can see why. Then they say after that you have a window open for presidential election result petition. And then it also talks about how the new president shall assume office. The date, the time, it's clearly stated. Now, the thinking, of course, of that is looking at our history. In 2007, the whole issue of can an election agency be disrupted in such a way that it takes 3 months before it announces a winner of an election? Can any mischief take place in between? Then you also look at, what happens to the political temperature of the country if you keep the country holding on for long without a determination of the winner of the presidential election? what does that do to the stability of the country politically and economically? What happens? And even people's emotions. So let's make this thing move faster so that we can conclude this matter and move on. But you've heard the Supreme Court judges. We've hosted all of the Supreme Court judges apart from the Deputy Chief Justice here. And all of them have talked about these 14 days too short. These 21 days.
Too short.
Too short a time. That's why they say, if I give you time to go and look at the server and scrutinize the server, how much time do we have to actually look at what you've seen in the server? If we say, let's reopen the ballot, how much time do we have? The Supreme Court has said this time too short. Can we listen to them and adjust? What would it mean if we were to adjust the time for the presidential petition in the Supreme Court?
I don't think the problem is the time, Eric. The problem is what I tried to mention when we began this discussion. See, it's the mindset we have. And then we've developed over time. So the moment there is time given, again, now mischief will be imputed even over a longer period. Okay? We are so steeped in mistrust that when we talk about the elections, any process, you try and adjust it, you try and suggest something else, people will immediately read mischief into it. How many, look, the election, forget this election, the previous election, where Chebukati oversaw. Did we not have all political parties sort of like agreeing as to who would be part of that commission?
Who will be the Chebukati?
Yes, did we not see that process?
There was a bipartisan committee that was elected.
Yes.
It was co-chaired by two senators, James Orengo and Kiraitu Murungi.
Yes.
It had people like Senator then Kipchumba Murkomen and others in that team.
Yes.
And they agreed, okay, these ones of Kina Isaac Hassan, let them go home.
Yes.
Talk to them, let them go home.
Pay them, yes.
Let's create a new commission.
Precisely.
And let's agree on who the selection panel shall be.
Yes.
They all agreed.
Yes.
The selection panel, not contentious. They brought in Chebukati and his
team. Did anybody complain about that group of people?
At that point?
Yes.
No.
Precisely. So.
Until
now.
The election result.
It's that until. Okay? So, if indeed there was something wrong, they'll say we couldn't have foreseen it. But that's not an excuse. You participated in the process. You signed off on it. And then you say they changed. Okay, when they were changing, where were you? Could you not have flagged it? You see, this whole conversation around the election, the most difficult thing sometimes is to determine what is hype and what is actually true. It's very difficult. And when you have that background of mistrust that I'm saying, it becomes even more difficult.
Yeah.
So even if something was wrong, it will be considered, this is mischief. If something wasn't wrong, meaning the reality of the situation gets muddled up in so many things, but it's simply because, one, we cannot pull ourselves from this mindset that we've acquired over time.
We don't trust ourselves.
No. Believe me. If the elections were the other way around and Raila was declared winner, we would still have had complaints.
Same issues. Exact
same issues.
But then, I say that we, the voters, don't necessarily have a problem.
How can the voters have a problem? Once we go and do our business and we leave.
Because we don't argue and squabble whether our current MCA is the one that was validly elected, or the current MP, or the current governor, or the current senator, or the current woman rep. It's only at the presidential level. Why?
Because you have to look at the degree of vested interest that interested parties have when it comes to the result of an election.
Candidates.
Candidates.
Okay.
And it is purely selfish, unfortunately. Very few times, I can maybe, say never, is you, the Kenyan, top of mind when this agitation is taking place.
Yep.
Because if it was serious about electoral reforms, if it was serious about electoral process reforms, then I think we would have had a different kind of tune. But folks who are vested in the outcomes of elections are the ones that you are seeing squabbling today. I saw a very interesting picture yesterday. There's a video actually, and it's one of the places that was burning. And there was a fella on border who, in the midst of all of that, this guy is thinking, you know what? I really have to make my daily bread.
Mm-hmm.
So he's carrying people. He's almost riding through the flames to get to where he's going, oblivious to the flame. Do you get what I'm saying?
Mm.
So, problem in the street or not, that is where Kenyans and the majority of Kenyans are today, trying to make sure that they live from sunup to sundown.
Mm.
When did you look at even the people who are chosen in the crowd and speak and what, do you hear them saying, when they're discussing, they talk about cost of living, do you hear them saying, they themselves, I'm talking about they themselves, Sharia reform must come back, must be reinstated?
Oh.
People on the street.
Watu wako chini? No.
Okay. Open the server.
Yes.
Mm.
Open the server conversation.
It's a mantra. It is a mantra. It is not an inherent belief, Eric. And
So
that's
tell
what
me,
I'm trying to
if
tell
you
you.
open all the social media comments from this morning's conversation, you see people are very active. And you can see people are saying, yes, open the server, no, open the server, no, I don't understand this issue of the server. So there's a conversation around the server.
There's a conversation around it because the people that are pushing that, you'll find also have a conversation.
So it's manufactured consent.
Well, it could be, or they are more aligned with the individual that is pushing that conversation and not the matter itself.
You know, both sides have to find narrative that justifies whatever position they have taken. And if you're a supporter of either side,
you go with them.
You'll pick up that particular man, and that is what you'll spout.
Yes.
When you ask, why are you doing this? It's because
they've not opened the
servers. And the other one, why are you doing this? Because there's somebody who's always complaining after an election. Why?
But when you sit with the person, when the rubber meets the road, their problem is not whether the server is open or not. And for me, that guy trying to get where he was going to get his passenger and take to point B. So, in spite of all this thing that's happening, the overriding issue here is our livelihood. Can we move?
So how can we heal ourselves then? Because what we are seeing now is likely to play out again in 2027.
It's not even finished now.
You know,
before we even get to 2027, we're in the middle of it right now.
You know, you ask a very valid question, Eric, because a lot of the changes that we anticipate or hope for, we anticipate them to happen through our elected leaders. And we can see how they're behaving. Even before the Mandamano, we keep seeing how Parliament behaves. People who make decisions and then behave as though they didn't make the decision.
And they're not aware.
No, they're not aware. And then they want to find someone else who can take the blame for that decision that has been made. Look at all these political games that are going on. Jubilee is doing all sorts of things. People are wearing red sashes and... I mean, it's like the problems that we have in this country don't seem to affect these people whom we elect to actually look after our interest. Huh?
They don't.
And these problems that we have, it's not as though we wake up tomorrow and they'll be less. They seem to be growing by the day. So that disenchantment that people have will also grow.
Yeah.
But the question that you asked, how then do we cure this? Ndu came up with a solution a while back and said, he was of the view that Kenyans haven't suffered adequately. And I tend to agree with her. Because that threshold of saying, enough is enough. It doesn't mean you go and burn everything in sight. It means the person you elected as your leader is held to account, and you summon that person and say, excuse me, come. Yes. Can you imagine if all constituencies, all Kenyans decided to summon their MPs and say, we're tired of this thing. We are summoning all of you. Come and explain to us exactly what's going on.
Come back here.
Yes. Come back here. Come back. Until we move ourselves, we wean ourselves and move ourselves from this very unfortunate position where we are waiting for our elected leaders to do something which they don't seem to want to do, and it seems like they will never do.
Participatory governance is not something that has gripped the minds of many people. And it usually is an event, this election. You come out on the day, or maybe a year before that, you make sure that your registration details are in place. Come day of votes, you vote, and then you hand over the instruments of power to these individuals. but then you never come back and have a conversation with them. And what you pay for it is the little goodies or handouts that you get during the electioneering process or the campaigns. And then thereafter, you have given the responsibility of running a nation well, not just running, but running a nation well to individuals that you never follow up on. How can that be? And so the only way for maybe folks to wake up and smell the coffee is when things actually do go to the dogs. When you have to build from scratch, when you have to demand of the people that you've given your vote to, when you must participate in the governance of your land. If that doesn't happen, you will not get to a place where others went through. It was agitation. People that you see, they summon their ward reps and say, excuse me, you built here where you were not supposed to build, and the ward rep resigns. It happens on this planet today.
You know,
it's not a far-fetched idea.
I know. I'm just thinking. Actually, Kenyans do participate. Maybe there's a gap in civic awareness, and this is a civic education of understanding the full force of your power. Because I think about when there's an insecurity issue, people come out and they summon their leader and they speak. I was actually watching last night. There was a news item on KTN. Kithure Kindiki had gone to Meru County. There's an issue. Was it in Meru? Yeah, it's in Meru County. There's an issue about some insecurity. Okay? And an MCA was shot, and it was, the news is that this MCA was shot by cattle raiders. And so the village has come up and said, no, we demand answers. And I was looking at the people who came out of the baraza and the village leaders who were coming out, just the community leaders who were speaking, and they're saying, we have not seen our county police boss here. We have not seen the OCPD here. We have not seen we are not hearing this from our leaders. We are not, and we are demanding, Kithure, that's why we asked you to come here. We want you to take this action. So people actually do participate in such issues. When you see people in Chuka demonstrating because a boda guy has been shot because he was demonstrating, and come out and they say, this must come to an end, they do. They come out in times and they raise issues and they go back home. Now it's the full understanding of
that you can do the same thing when it comes to your leader.
Yeah, and the expectation of what's the responsibility of this MCA? What's the responsibility of the county police boss? What's the responsibility of administration, the chief? What's the responsibility of the governor? What questions should be directed to the governor? What questions should be directed to the chief? And so on and so forth. Maybe that's where those gaps in, and that's where the civic awareness gets lost. Because the possibility here is that Kithure Kindiki will come and people will sit back. Waziri alikuja na alisema atafanya, and now you move away from it, and the next thing you'll be expecting is the governor should follow up, and maybe it's not a governor's issue. So I get a sense we need a lot of these civic engagements, a lot more, and civic awareness, so that people can start to see and put things in their correct boxes. When it's a matter of security, this is it. When it's a matter of school and our children, this is it. When it's a matter of this is it. And this is when we elect you as MCA, this is where it begins for you, this is where it ends for you. When we elect you as woman rep, when we elect you as senator, this is where it begins for you, this is where it ends for you. And you, our village headman, our chief, this is what we expect of you. And so on and so forth. Let's switch conversation because our guest is now in the studio. Akelo Misori is the Secretary General of the Kenya Union of Post-Primary Education Teachers. He is here now in the studio. Good morning, Akelo.
Good morning, sir.
Karibu sana.
Thank you so much.
Umechelewa wapi ndugu? Class begins at 9. Can you go back out there and come frog marching into class?
No, but we are living in an environment where there are capacity issues related to expressway is more complex than even the normal traffic routes. So at entry, we took nearly 30 minutes. At entry, you can see. So I left my place thinking that I would be taking 8 minutes to this place. And then I took more than 45 minutes. So that's what has happened. I'm very sorry for this. And,
Karibu nonetheless.
Yeah,
it's good to see you.
Class tuition, and the learners could not have learned anything today. They could have just said the ODJ is late.
Unajua amechelewa tuende out.
Yes.
Now, Akelo, yesterday you addressed the country on the issue of JSS and the JSS teachers. At least 17,800 intern teachers in junior secondary schools have not received their pay 3 months after the government deployed them. The TSC is reporting that only half of these teachers have been paid. The delayed payments were attributed to teachers arriving at their workstations later than expected, causing issues with salary processing. The teachers are part of the 35,550 new hires recruited by the government earlier this year to address teacher shortages and ensure smooth transition to the JSS. According to Nancy Masharia, the procedure is the recruits are given 30 days to report to their various stations, which leads to some commencing work later than others. She says this sometimes causes delays in processing of their salaries. So far, the commission has processed over 50% of those salaries. But then Akelo Misori and Kupet come out yesterday and say the government is not doing enough. Kupet demands that JSS teachers be paid all their salary arrears before the beginning of the new school term next week, as well as be promptly paid for their time and expenses in the ongoing training for the new curriculum. The union calls upon the government to reflect and reconsider the place of JSS to avert inevitable collapse of the new CBC curriculum due to low infrastructural capacity in primary schools and unclear reporting channels where JSS teachers work under primary school head teachers. Two issues. Those ones, the positioning of JSS and the payment of teachers. Now, let's begin with that, the very first obvious one, payment.
It is unfortunate that the CEO of the Teacher Service Commission is apologetic that the teachers are reported late. Remember, the JSS teachers were supposed to avert a crisis which was already there. Because there were no teachers totally in their place where they were domiciled in primary schools to address these challenges. The other issue which was there was basically the capacity gaps, because these are new teachers who are required to be inducted. But you realize that they are inducting them after a full term and they are not being paid. The challenges with these JSS teachers are not just limited to pay, because they use the pay to pay rent, to also get their daily requirements like food and so on. But the most critical one is that the teachers are also supposed to be covered under comprehensive medical cover. Unless you are reflected in the TAC payroll, the insurer cannot capture you, and therefore when they fall sick, they cannot be treated. So these are the challenges. In fact, this one came after observation made by our ground staff. We had a National Governing Council meeting on the eve of Labor Day, and they reported a very grave situation. But it was not only that. When I visited the Science and Engineering Fair in Kisumu the last week, the situation was even dire, that the teachers themselves had not been facilitated to present candidates, students for the fair itself. So those are the reasons for which we were giving the government ultimatum to at least address this issue before we open the school. That is there. Then on the other issue is about the positioning of the junior secondary school in primary school. I think this is something which, while presenting our paper before the Presidential Working Party on Education, we did indicate that it was going to be very, very functionally difficult to domicile this cohort of candidates or students in the primary school sector. First, there were the infrastructural issues, because the junior secondary school was coming with a very comprehensive scientific and technological aspect of learning. Most of our primary schools have either nothing or limited of this stuff, and this is the mistake that was done. The teachers who are in primary schools had not been inducted to teach JSS in grade 7. They had been inducted to teach JSS,
CBC.
CBC grade 1 to grade 6.
Yeah.
Now, the last year before the JSS transition was to occur, secondary school senior teachers had been selected to undertake this program. The same Teacher Service Commission did not rationalize the staffing. They did not use that opportunity to ensure that the schools as they are were properly mapped so that the idea of capacity or having the teachers crisscrossing from secondary to primary, where the JSS is domiciled, would be possible. So those are the issues which we addressed. Yes, and that is the reason for which we are still insisting that for us to avert the collapse of this noble curriculum, it is never late. Mistakes have been done. But as Boutros Ghali once said, only fools do not change. We can as well look at this and just take them to high school, because this is our country.
Wait.
Yes.
So you're saying we take now grade 7s to secondary schools?
The first time that they have been there, very little has occurred.
Yeah.
Yeah, very little has occurred, and this is the foundation. This is the transition. You know, we are laying a base where the students will be selecting courses they are going to do in senior secondary school. And if the foundation is wrong, it is weak, then the objective of this curriculum is not going to be met in the long run.
I have to ask, when these decisions were being made to domicile JSS at primary level and some of the other decisions then that came about, were the teachers' unions involved in that conversation, or was everybody just told, okay, this is where it's going to be and that's it?
You remember when the president took up office, he itemized the quick fixes that he wanted to undertake.
Yeah.
And he appointed a presidential working party
yes.
to look into the noise which was there.
Yeah.
And finally, this is a democracy. And what happened is that opinion was sought. The unions put their weight in this matter. And that is what I'm saying. While the working party visited us and countrywide, we did indicate this, because with us we are teachers, we are taking part in the curriculum development, and therefore we knew very well that this is a secondary school curriculum, and with these attendant issues related to specific subject areas where teachers are best at. The primary school environment does not offer this. Already, the Minister for Education then, the late Professor Magoha, had moved and in 2 years established about 10,000 classrooms in the country. That is historic in the whole of this country. We have had schools getting grants and their pockets. But this particular time, it was spread all over. We also have day secondary schools which are almost now in every village, which are already having a semblance of facilities which are supposed to administer or implement secondary school curriculum. This issue was not done. So finally, it was like an opinion poll that how many people want this thing to be domiciled in primary. And then
how many want it in secondary?
The results.
Then the president picked on this.
So the best of your knowledge.
So this is what has caused a mess.
How many stakeholders, Akelo, were for JSS to be in primary schools? Kupet was not for that. Was KNUT for JSS to be in primary school?
KNUT was for JSS to be in primary school. But their interest was basically to have numbers.
For teachers?
Yeah, for teachers, and then to have capitation. You know, what is there is that when the primary JSS was domiciled there, then the primary school head teacher was going to be in charge.
Yeah.
And therefore would be getting more capitation. So their noise was louder on this aspect. But we looked at the scientific bit and the technical aspect of this curriculum. And then we said, no, even if numbers are issues, we can talk about numbers later. Yeah, but in this, we cannot have this. By the way, I think the Spice had invited me and we talked about this.
Yep.
As teachers, we also know our capacities. There was an argument from our KNUT brothers and from everybody that we now have even professors in primary schools, all those who have doctorates, masters, and so on. Granted, I don't dispute that fact. But in which specific areas are these professionals? You find that somebody has got a PhD in psychology, a PhD in education management, and so on, which is not a master's in physics or bachelor of education in mathematics or in chemistry or biology. So these are the issues. Our curriculum is so biased to, and it is oriented towards the direction which requires somebody with specific competencies in the key core subject areas like agriculture, ICT, chemistry, biology, and physics. So this is what was ignored. But another thing which many people do not want, because Kenya has moved this direction. Remember, there's another debate earlier which was said that we should even lower the entry grade for teachers going for teaching to be lower. And the Teacher Service Commission said no. We know very well, I as a teacher for over 25 years, I taught students, and anybody who has scored a C-, one evident, if you carry out as research, you realize this person has not done well in mathematics, has not done well in physics or biology or chemistry. And our certification requires that first they take maths, they take English, they take Kiswahili, 2 sciences, and at least a humanity and a technical area. So when somebody scores a C-, you realize that this person has marginally scored in these key subject areas. So those are the issues that, from where I sit, I analyze. I cannot, like for example, I'm a teacher of religious studies. Even if you take me to grade 7 now, I don't think I can teach the science, the integrated science that is in there in grade 7. What of somebody who did not even score a C- in biology or physics or chemistry, and maybe he or she had a D in this subject area, and you know the training of primary school teachers is basically to nurture students. They are very good in bringing up learners from grade 1 to 4. The reason for which we have challenges in high schools, nobody has addressed. Why did we have over 522,000 out of the 881 scoring D+ and below?
And that's what happened.
And that is what happened. It is because the entry grades which take the students to high school from KCPE, there is a lot of weaknesses in the sciences and mathematics, because from class 5, 6, 7, and 8, quite a number of teachers fear taking those subjects. So they just do because...
So the KCPE results already have weak performance in math and science-related subjects.
Yes.
And there's a 100% transition.
Yes.
So many of the Form 1s then who get in there are already getting in there with a weak grade in math and sciences.
Yes.
It's like a predisposition. You are already predisposed towards not performing well because the foundation was weak. So what do you think is going to happen when you go through the system?
So that is why we are saying that the real philosophy behind CBC is going to be defeated if we continue to massage our ego that majority wanted this curriculum to be implemented in primary school, and that primary school has the capacity to do it. Most of the schools which received JSS teachers also received those teachers who have humanities. That's the irony of it all. So the induction which is now going on is basically trying to find out how these students, this cohort of teachers are going to be integrated adequately in the JSS or secondary school curriculum. So these are the issues which are there.
I have to ask this question though. Are we saying that we train enough teachers in the sciences and yet we don't see them in schools? Or are we saying we have a problem even with the training of science teachers?
The latter. We have a problem with the training of teachers. The teachers training curriculum is very weak, and we must be very bold to say it is very weak. Like now, if you want somebody to go and teach all the subjects in primary school, and this person has been very weak in the core subject areas, then the curriculum ought to expand its mandate to incorporate aspects where the teacher is weak, so that by the time they are leaving to go and teach, they have already gained from where they are weak. And therefore, the time for training a teacher for 2 years has been a very weak way, because the stress is basically on methodology, and methodology of teaching somebody from grade 1 to 4, which of course, in my view, is perfect. Even when they are tested, teaching practice aspects, you find that nobody is being tested on teaching in class 5. The assessment is in grade 4. How do you handle grade 2, grade 1, grade 3, grade 4? That is the weakness. I remember, me have a background of training as a diploma teacher, and then finally as a graduate of Kenyatta University. One aspect which the diploma curriculum did not take for granted is that you are passed and you have gone to a college. What you are being taught is to expand the horizon. It is as if you failed at the high school. So you are being taken through the subject afresh.
Rigorous training.
Afresh. So when we came out, I do think that, because I also went through the undergraduate program, I think that the training which was a diploma was perfect for a teacher. Yeah,
it was focused on improving your skill on teaching,
and especially expanding your content. Yeah, if you are going to teach geography, for example, you are taught adequately that this is climate, so you go through that properly. Yes.
Let me ask this question. There was a need that was seen, and for that reason, steps were taken to create what was then the Kenya Science Teachers College. I recall around the same time, there was also the Kenya Technical Teachers College, the one which was in Gigiri. Now let's focus on the Kenya Science. That's part of the University of Nairobi now. When we say that the training of teachers who are supposed to specialize in sciences has a bit of a weakness, what are we saying? That we don't have enough people who want to train as science teachers? Or that the very training of science teachers limits, because the numbers that they take in, not the numbers who want to be trained, is limited? Or is it that we have the numbers who are trained, but after they are trained, they do not end up as teachers? What are we saying?
I am not very comfortable with the university curriculum in preparation of professionals, for example. And I hope you see that even Kenya School of Law is there after you have attained your LLB. What happens if you want to train a teacher, you use the teaching methods of lecturers who are not basically teachers. They are lecturers.
The majority of them are actually not teachers.
Somebody who talks to teachers or to students when facing the wall and is not facing the learners themselves. Because he says that I'm a lecturer, I'm not a teacher. So that is the beginning of the disconnect. So if you want to prepare a teacher, you are engaged in an apprenticeship kind of. You must get the perfect beat, because this person is going to shape another human being. It is not somebody who is going to count money in the bank. It is somebody who is going to get somebody to understand something. So the training curriculum, especially when 844 was brought on board, the university curriculums did not change much. They did not change much. They still adopted their content, and they still use the same methodology they used prior to the coming of it for cohort of students. So in my view, I think there should be a rethinking, and there should be another way if we want to make great progress to get the best out of our schools in terms of the learners and in terms of the teachers that we have.
Akelo, oftentimes we hear that, space is being made for refresher courses before schools open. Teachers will then return to school maybe a week in advance to take courses having been assigned by the ministry. Are you saying that even with those refresher courses or even with those training in order to deliver the curriculum, that they're not adequate?
Just to be exact, they are not adequate. One state of affairs, when I engaged somebody who is involved in curriculum development at KICD, did indicate to me and somebody from the ministry that the people who took over as facilitators did not know much of the same subject content. They were given modules to go and read to the students, to the teachers. That is not how to induct. The person who is carrying out the induction should be on top of things in terms of capacity, in terms of knowledge of the subject content, not somebody who has been given just a module to go and read. So prepared pamphlets being read, in fact, very little takes place in this induction courses. But it goes in record because people have earned allowances, and teachers have moved.
They fill the register.
They fill the register. Teachers have also complained that we have not paid, have been allowed for the day. So that is enough evidence that there was an induction. But whatever goes on in these places is not sufficient to address the core issues that we are talking about. That is a new curriculum that requires proper retooling of the teachers.
How long should it take? What's the best case scenario?
In fact,
if we were to say we have JSS now.
It should not be a one-stop issue like you are saying that we are having a court for 1 week. Let them go for 1 week. If the program was good, the example that I have seen which works well, to prepare a teacher in a country like Germany takes nearly 10 years. 10 years. That's when you come out to be a teacher. Because you teach normally and you are having a mentor. Then you go after your lessons are there in the morning. Then in the afternoon, you again visit the office where there is a review of how you did your work. It goes on for a long time. So when you say that you have inducted teachers, you have carried out proper retooling process, it is not just saying what we are saying.
Okay. Akelo, as this cohort of pupils was going through CBC, grade 3, grade 4, grade 5, grade 6, were the secondary school teachers being prepared to receive these children under the new curriculum? And if so, what kind of preparation were secondary school teachers going through?
In fact, everybody in the education sector, especially in schools, colleges, were undergoing the same. I did indicate earlier that secondary school teachers were already selected in preparation of receiving JSS, junior secondary school cohort of grade 7. That one happened.
So they were selected?
They were selected.
But what kind of capacity building were they getting?
They were being introduced to the nature of the content they expect, the learners, and how the methodology is going to change in terms of curriculum delivery.
Take a case of any secondary school teacher today who's maybe teaching Form 1 and who until September, October last year was prepared to receive a grade 7 JSS student. What had they been taken through in preparation for this?
I've just indicated that they were taken through the content.
Okay.
The content, what they expect, and the expectation of the curriculum.
How long?
Like, for example,
how long had this taken place? Was it over 3 years, 4 years?
No, the training they had been taken to was basically from 3 days to 1 week. They did not take a month in the training.
So it was a 1 week,
a
1 week sort of workshop.
It was just a workshop,
to prepare them to receive the grade 7s.
Grade 7, yes.
Okay, and you're saying that is more adequate than the 1 week that these new recruits are getting.
The difference here is that these are people who are already in class. They have got some kind of experience, hand-on experience dealing with students, whether new or old, and they are already. It is only their mindset being shifted. But these new JS students, teachers, are raw. Remember, there's another challenge.
They have never taught before.
They have never taught before. If they have been taught in college, they have only undergone what we call teaching practice. Now they are coming to a new environment where they are the bosses. I think they're reporting some of the issues. They are reporting to a head teacher in a primary school with that mindset that we are secondary school teachers and we are now reporting to this primary school. In fact, the problem in JSS in primary school is a very interesting thing. The uniform is different, and therefore the grade 7 feel they are superior to class 8. Which in principle is true because they are junior secondary, those are still in primary. I think that thing. So this is what has caused a lot of problem, that how do I report to somebody who is the head teacher of a primary school? By the way, let me just cause further laughter. As a new teacher and trained teacher, I was posted to a secondary school in not very far from my village, but that secondary school was also just been brought up by the primary school.
It had just been upgraded from primary
because the primary head teacher was the one who was manning both sectors because TSC had not recognized that they deserved to have the teachers required. But now you are there. After A levels, we are now told you go and teach here. We were operating in silos under one head teacher because we are reporting to him. He's the person who is writing the returns. But we feel that we should not even part and parcel of the staff of the primary school.
You need your own staff room.
We need our own staff room
because you're a secondary school.
We are secondary school teacher. we need our own soccer pitch.
And at that point, you are just an intern.
Yeah.
And this teacher has been teaching
there for years.
Yes, I think so. It is a real chaos. So we are experimenting with a very dangerous strategy.
Akanda, just to go back to what you said earlier, you say that it's never too late. That as Kupet, you recommend that we made a mistake, we wasted 3 months, let's not waste another 6 months. Let's reopen this thing and take the JSS children who are now in primary school, take them to secondary school. Is that what you're saying?
That is the position I maintain. Because,
currently, these children, Okello, just to remind you, currently, they are in primary school.
They are domiciled in primary school.
In grade 7.
In grade 7. That primary school does not have a laboratory. The secondary school, which is adjacent, has a laboratory.
Yeah.
The teachers who are up in the secondary school, some of them are even in excess. But the Teacher Service Commission has not done due diligence to harmonize how these said teachers can also be utilized in the primary section. So we are just saying the logistic of transferring these students to the nearby secondary school is never too late. Because already there is even a classroom which was built for them. Yes.
Are you not doing this just on behalf of your teachers, the same way KNUT did, so that your teachers who are in secondary school, your head teachers who are in secondary school, who are your members of KUPPET, get the capitation? So that you clearly do not have an argument with KNUT about membership. You clearly know that all the teachers who are teaching in this secondary school in JSS are fodder for you to recruit as KUPPET members. Is this not just you looking for the interest of your union?
I'm not looking at it from the interest of the union. I'm looking at it from as a professional. I'm also looking at it as a teacher with the practical experience of what is taking place on the ground, and also with the attendant issues which have also arisen as a result of this being domiciled in primary school. By the way, as a matter of just information, with me I also run a private school, and we were compelled to have junior secondary school. It has been hectic to engage the sufficient number of teachers to handle JSS. And therefore, to me, I feel as somebody who was interested in that business of running a school could have been more comfortable if these people have given me unsolicited mandate to run a junior secondary school, and therefore accepting the students. I know what it has cost me to build even a lab and a computer room for the JSS. I know what it is. And therefore, that is why I'm saying that it would have been fairer that these people are just taken to secondary school. It is never too late. It is never too late, and it can easily sort out most of the problem. Because the human resource issue requires that with the current establishment, we needed, besides the 17,000 you are talking about, we needed another 60,000 added to ensure that this JSS succeeds. Because this is 2023, we have got grade 7 in primary school. In 2024, we will be having a grade 8, and 2025 a grade 9 in primary school. As we talk, no school has established a laboratory in the junior secondary school. And the government did promise that they were going to build over 25,000 labs in our primary school. That is a feat which is not easily accomplished, especially with the current economic state that we are in. That we are still saying that even where they are, they have not been, their competition for JSS has not reached many schools.
I mean, explain this logic to me, because I don't understand it. Why do you... Okay, building labs in primary schools, I can understand the need if you want to. But secondary schools tend to have labs. So why would you then seek to, unless I misunderstand this thing completely, why would you then seek to have a feat or expand a feat that need not go in that direction when the solution to what you want already exists? Because if you want to introduce someone to secondary school education, is it not simple logic that they should be in secondary school? An environment where the very thing that you're trying to inculcate is actually provided.
That is the broad understanding that I wanted everyone to understand. That already this is junior secondary school. It is not just by name. It is because of the subject content which is being taught. They are being prepared for specialized areas, like to do the sciences, to do the creative arts, to do sports and so on. Many of our schools in the primary do not have provisions for such. And therefore, if you're laying foundation for specialization, you start, the foundation is stronger. I think it is even in biblical that somebody who built his house or a house in sand, it was later blown by wind. It is different from somebody who built the house on a solid rock and so on. So we are talking about the facilities which exist, and which, of course, our honorable members of parliament have contributed. For example, I come from Homa Bay County, and I visited one of the sub-counties called Kabondo Kasipul. In 2019, the MP told me that, look, we have issues, the gap in laboratories. We have 48 secondary schools, but out of that, only 23 have labs. So our focus is to build the rest 25 laboratories in schools. And she started with the school where I went to, which had still just one laboratory from 1975. And now with the population of over 1,800. So she built about 4 laboratories at Wangapala Secondary School. That is encouraging. A similar aspect cannot happen in the primary school because we have more primary schools than we have secondary schools. We have got fewer transiting to secondary school, and they could easily be absorbed
in the secondary school.
For example, maybe you also come from wards, from wherever. I hope you are not urbanites. But if you come from the rural wards, where there used to be just one secondary school, now there are about 8. Like my ward has now 12 secondary schools. So it means that the primary schools around can easily service those secondary schools.
They can service the secondary schools.
Yes.
Akelo, we thank you very much for coming. You'll come again soon before the schools open, as we see now this transition bringing all the confusion. Go gather your data, come, and let's speak to the nation.
Thank you, sir.
Akelo Misori is the Secretary General of the Kenya Union of Post-Primary Education Teachers. He's been our guest this morning talking about delayed salaries and all and the plight of JSS teachers. Thank you for tuning in to Kenya's biggest conversation. We wish you a lovely day. It's now 10 a.m.
Personal position.
So that you reach a point where you are not just going to have a conversation, but you're going to have a conversation on their terms, that this is what we want. If someone is telling you, let us talk, but they have also placed a gun on your head, and they are telling you, this is the agenda, say yes, yes. They are